Story 1 in Dramatic Reading Scene and Story Collection, Volume 6, Chapter 1, in which a house is built at Pooh Corner for Eeyore, by A. Milne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cast of Characters. Narrator, read by Winifred Assman.
Pooh, read by Jim Hedrick.
Piglet, read by Jenn Broda.
Eeyore, read by Evan Hedrick.
Christopher Robin, read by Shrimpfish.
Chapter 1, in which a house is built at Pooh Corner for Eeyore. One day, when Pooh Bear had nothing else to do, he thought he would do something, so he went round to Piglet's house to see what Piglet was doing. It was still snowing as he stumped over the white forest track, and he expected to find Piglet warming his toes in front of his fire. But to his surprise, he saw that the door was open, and the more he looked inside, the more Piglet wasn't there.
He's out,
said Pooh sadly.
That's what it is. He's not in. I shall have to go a fast-thinking walk by myself. Bother.
But first he thought that he would knock very loudly, just to make quite sure. And while he waited for Piglet not to answer, he jumped up and down to keep warm, and a hum came suddenly into his head, which seemed to him a good hum, such as is hummed hopefully to others.
The more it snows, tiddly-pom, the more it goes, tiddly-pom, the more it goes, tiddly-pom, on snowing. And nobody knows, tiddly-pom, how cold my toes, tiddly-pom, how cold my toes, tiddly-pom, are growing. So what I'll do,
said Pooh,
is I'll do this. I'll just go home first and see what time it is, and perhaps I'll put a muffler round my neck, and then I'll go and see Eeyore and sing to him.
He hurried back to his own house, and his mind was so busy on the way with the hum that he was getting ready for Eeyore that when he suddenly saw Piglet sitting in his best armchair, he could only stand there rubbing his head and wondering whose house he was in.
"Hello, Piglet,"
he said.
"I thought you were out."
No,
said Piglet.
it's you who are out, Pooh.
"So it was,"
said Pooh.
"I knew one of us was."
He looked up at his clock, which had stopped at 5 minutes to 11 some weeks ago.
"Nearly 11 o'clock.
said Pooh happily.
"You're just in time for a little smackerel of something.
And he put his head into the cupboard.
And then we'll go out, Piglet, and sing my song to Eeyore."
Which song, Pooh?
"The one we're going to sing to Eeyore,"
explained Pooh. The clock was still saying 5 minutes to 11 when Pooh and Piglet set out on their way half an hour later. The wind had dropped, and the snow, tired of rushing round in circles trying to catch itself up, now fluttered gently down until it found a place on which to rest, and sometimes the place was Pooh's nose, and sometimes it wasn't, and in a little while Piglet was wearing a white muffler round his neck and feeling more snowy behind the ears than he had ever felt before.
Pooh?
he said at last, and a little timidly, because he didn't want Pooh to think he was giving in.
I was just wondering, how would it be if we went home now and practiced your song and then sang it to Eeyore tomorrow or the next day when we happen to see him?
"That's a very good idea, Piglet,"
said Pooh.
"We'll practice it now as we go along. But it's no good going home to practice it because it's a special outdoor song which has to be sung in the snow.
Are you sure?
asked Piglet anxiously.
Well, you'll see, Piglet, when you listen, because this is how it begins. The more it snows, tiddly-pom.
Tiddly what?
Said Piglet.
Pom.
Said Pooh.
I put that in to make it more hummy. The more it goes, tiddly-pom, the more...
Didn't you say snows?
Yes, but that was before.
Before the tiddly-pom?
It was a different tiddly-pom.
Said Pooh, feeling rather muddled now.
I'll sing it to you properly, and then you'll see.
So he sang it again.
The more it snows, tiddly-pom, the more it goes, tiddly-pom, the more it goes, tiddly-pom, on snowing. And nobody knows, tiddly-pom, how cold my toes, tiddly-pom, how cold my toes, tiddly-pom, are growing.
He sang it like that, which is much the best way of singing it, and when he had finished, he waited for Piglet to say that of all the outdoor hums for snowy weather he had ever heard, this was the best. And after thinking the matter out carefully, Piglet said,
Pooh,
he said solemnly,
it isn't the toes so much as the ears.
By this time they were getting near Eeyore's gloomy place, which was where he lived, and as it was still very snowy behind Piglet's ears, and he was getting tired of it, they turned into a little pine wood and sat down on the gate which led into it. They were out of the snow now, but it was very cold, and to keep themselves warm, they sang Pooh's song right through 6 times, Piglet doing the tiddly-poms, and Pooh doing the rest of it, and both of them thumping on the top of the gate with pieces of stick at the proper places. And in a little while they felt much warmer and were able to talk again.
I've been thinking,
said Pooh.
And what I've been thinking is this. I've been thinking about Eeyore.
What about Eeyore?
Well, poor Eeyore has nowhere to live.
Nor he has,
said Piglet.
You have a house, Piglet, and I have a house, and they are very good houses. And Christopher Robin has a house, and Owl and Kanga and Rabbit have houses, and even Rabbit's friends and relations have houses or somethings. But poor Eeyore has nothing, so what I've been thinking is, let's build him a house.
That,
said Piglet,
is a grand idea. Where shall we build it?
We build it here,
said Pooh.
Just by this wood, out of the wind, because this is where I thought of it. And we will call this Pooh Corner, and we will build an Eeyore house with sticks at Pooh Corner for Eeyore.
There was a heap of sticks on the other side of the wood,
said Piglet.
I saw them, lots and lots, all piled up.
Thank you, Piglet,
said Pooh.
What you have just said will be a great help to us, and because of it, I could call this place Pooh and Piglet Corner if Pooh Corner didn't sound better, which it does, being smaller and more like a corner. Come along.
So they got down off the gate and went round to the other side of the wood to fetch the sticks. Christopher Robin had spent the morning indoors, going to Africa and back, and he had just got off the boat and was wondering what it was like outside, when who should come knocking at the door but Eeyore.
Hello, Eeyore,
said Christopher Robin, as he opened the door and came out.
How are you?
It's snowing still,
said Eeyore gloomily.
So it is.
And freezing.
Is it?
Yes.
said Eeyore.
However,
he said, brightening up a little,
we haven't had an earthquake lately.
What's the matter, Eeyore?
Nothing, Christopher Robin. Nothing important. I suppose you haven't seen a house or whatnot anywhere about?
What sort of a house?
Just a house.
Who lives there?
I do. At least, I thought I did. But I suppose I don't. After all, we can't all have houses.
But, Eeyore, I didn't know. I always thought...
I don't know how it is, Christopher Robin, but what with all this snow and one thing and another, not to mention icicles and such like, it isn't so hot in my field about 3 o'clock in the morning as some people think it is. It isn't close, if you know what I mean. Not so as to be uncomfortable. It isn't stuffy, in fact, Christopher Robin.
He went on in a loud whisper.
Quite between ourselves, and don't tell anybody, it's cold.
Oh, Eeyore!
And I said to myself, the others will be sorry if I'm getting myself all cold. They haven't got brains, any of them. Only gray fluff that's blown into their heads by mistake. And they don't think. But if it goes on snowing for another 6 weeks or so, one of them will begin to say to himself, Eeyore can't be so very much too hot about 3 o'clock in the morning, and then it will get about, and they'll be sorry.
Oh, Eeyore!
said Christopher Robin, feeling very sorry already.
I don't mean you, Christopher Robin. You're different. So what it all comes to is that I built myself a house down by my little wood.
Did you really? How exciting!
The really exciting part,
said Eeyore in his most melancholy voice,
is that when I left it this morning it was there, and when I came back it wasn't. Not at all very natural, and it was only Eeyore's house. But still, I just wondered.
Christopher Robin didn't stop to wonder. He was already back in his house, putting on his waterproof hat, his waterproof boots, and his waterproof mackintosh as fast as he could.
We'll go and look for it at once,
he called out to Eeyore.
Sometimes,
said Eeyore,
when people have quite finished taking a person's house, there are 1 or 2 bits which they don't want and are rather glad for the person to take back, if you know what I mean. So I thought if we just went...
Come on,
said Christopher Robin, and off they hurried, and in a very little time they got to the corner of the field by the side of the pine wood where Eeyore's house wasn't any longer.
There,
said Eeyore.
Not a stick of it left. Of course, I've still got all this snow to do what I like with. One mustn't complain.
But Christopher Robin wasn't listening to Eeyore. He was listening to something else.
Can't you hear it?
he asked.
What is it? Somebody laughing?
Listen.
They both listened, and they heard a deep, gruff voice saying in a singing voice that the more it snowed, the more it went on snowing, and a small, high voice tiddly-palming in between.
It's Pooh,
said Christopher Robin excitedly.
Possibly,
said Eeyore.
And Piglet,
said Christopher Robin excitedly.
Probably.
said Eeyore.
What we want is a trained bloodhound.
The words of the song changed suddenly.
We finished our house,
sang the gruff voice.
Diddly-bum,
Sang the squeaky one.
It's a beautiful house.
diddly-bum,
I wish it were mine.
diddly-bum.
Pooh,
Shouted Christopher Robin. The singers on the gate stopped suddenly.
It's Christopher Robin.
Said Pooh eagerly.
He's round by the place where we got all those sticks from.
Said Piglet.
Come on.
Said Pooh. They climbed down their gate and hurried round the corner of the wood, Pooh making welcoming noises all the way.
Why, here is Eeyore,
said Pooh when he had finished hugging Christopher Robin, and he nudged Piglet and Piglet nudged him, and they thought to themselves what a lovely surprise they had got ready.
Hello, Eeyore. Same to you, Pooh Bear, and twice on Thursdays,
said Eeyore gloomily. Before Pooh could say,
Why Thursdays?
Christopher Robin began to explain the sad story of Eeyore's lost house, and Pooh and Piglet listened, and their eyes seemed to get bigger and bigger.
Where did you say it was?
asked Pooh.
Just here.
Said Eeyore.
Made of sticks? Yes.
Oh,
Said Piglet.
What?
Said Eeyore.
I just said, oh.
Said Piglet nervously. And so as to seem quite at ease, he hummed tiddly-pom once or twice in a what shall we do now kind of way.
You're sure it was a house?
Said Pooh.
I mean, you're sure the house was just here? Of course I am,
said Eeyore, and he murmured to himself.
No brain at all, some of them.
why, what's the matter, Pooh?
asked Christopher Robin.
Well,
Said Pooh.
the fact is...
Said Pooh.
Well, the fact is...
Said Pooh.
You see,
Said Pooh.
it's like this.
Said Pooh. And something seemed to tell him that he wasn't explaining very well, and he nudged Piglet again.
It's like this.
Said Piglet quickly.
Only warmer.
He added after deep thought.
What's warmer?
The other side of the wood, where Eeyore's house is.
My house?
Said Eeyore.
My house was here.
No,
Said Piglet firmly.
the other side of the wood.
Because of being warmer.
Said Pooh.
But I ought to know.
Come and look.
Said Piglet simply, and he led the way.
There wouldn't be two houses.
Said Pooh.
Not so close together.
They came round the corner, and there was Eeyore's house, looking as comfy as anything.
There you are.
Said Piglet.
Inside as well as outside.
Said Pooh proudly. Eeyore went inside and came out again.
It's a remarkable thing.
He said.
It is my house, and I built it where I said I did. So the wind must have blown it here. And the wind blew it right over the wood, and blew it down here. And here it is, as good as ever. In fact, better in places.
Much better.
Said Pooh and Piglet together.
It just shows what can be done by taking a little trouble.
Said Eeyore.
Do you see, Pooh? Do you see, Piglet? Brains first, and then hard work. Look at it. That's the way to build a house.
Said Eeyore proudly. so they left him in it, and Christopher Robin went back to lunch with his friends Pooh and Piglet, and on the way they told him of the awful mistake they had made. And when he had finished laughing, they all sang the outdoor song for snowy weather the rest of the way home, Piglet, who was still not quite sure of his voice, putting in the tiddly palms again.
"And I know it seems easy,"
said Piglet to himself,
"but it isn't everyone who could do it."
End of Chapter 1, in which a house is built at Pooh Corner for Eeyore, by A. Milne.
Story number 2 in Dramatic Reading Scene and Story Collection, Volume 6. Cinderella or the Little Glass Slipper by Charles Perrault. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cast of Characters.
Cinderilla, read by Shrimpfish.
Youngest Sister, read by Lynette Calkins.
Eldest Sister, read by Jenn Broda.
Prince, read by Petra Elphinstone.
King, read by Jim Hedrick.
Narrated by Kylie Sixkio. Once there was a gentleman who married for his second wife the proudest and most haughty woman that ever was seen. She had, by a former husband, 2 daughters of her own humor, and they were indeed exactly like her in all things. He had likewise, by another wife, a young daughter, but of unapparelled goodness and sweetness of temper, which she took from her mother, who was the best creature in the world. No sooner were the ceremonies of the wedding over, but the stepmother began to shew herself in her colors. She could not bear the good qualities of this pretty girl, and the less because they made her own daughters appear the more odious. She employed her in the meanest work of the house. She scoured the dishes, tables, etc., and rubbed Madame's chamber and those of the misses, her daughters. She lay up in a sorry garret upon the wretched straw bed, while her sisters lay in fine rooms, with floors all inlaid upon beds of the newest fashion, and where they had looking-glasses so large they might see themselves at their full length from head to foot. The poor girl bore patiently, and dared not tell her father, who would have rattled her off, for his wife governed him entirely. When she had done her work, she used to go into the chimney corner and sit down among the cinders and ashes, which made her commonly called Cinderbreech. But the youngest, who was not so rude and uncivil as the eldest, called her Cinderilla. However, Cinderilla, notwithstanding her mean apparel, was 100 times handsomer than her sisters, though they were always dressed very richly. It happened that the king's son gave a ball, and invited all persons of fashion to it. Our young misses were also invited, for they cut a very grand figure among the quality. They were mightily delighted at this invitation, and wonderfully busy in choosing out such gowns, petticoats, and head clothes as might best become them. This was a new trouble to Cinderella, for it was she who ironed her sisters' linen and plaited their ruffles. They talked all day of nothing but how they should be dressed.
"For my part,"
said the eldest,
"I will wear my red velvet suit with French trimming."
And I,
said the youngest,
shall only have my usual petticoat. But then, to make amends for that, I will put on my gold-flowered manteau and my diamond stomacher, which is far from being the most ordinary one in the world.
They sent for the best tirewomen they could get to make up their headdresses and adjust their double pinners, and they had their red brushes and patches from the fashionable maker. Cinderella was likewise called up to them to be consulted in all these matters, for she had excellent notions, and advised them always for the best, and nay offered her service to dress their heads, which they were very willing she should do. As she was doing this, they said to her,
"Cinderella, would you not be glad to go to the ball?"
Ah,
said she.
You only jeer at me. It is not for such as I am to go thither.
Thou art in the right of it,
replied they.
It would make the people laugh to see a cinder breach at a ball.
Anyone but Cinderella would have dressed their heads awry, but she was very good and dressed them perfectly well. They were almost 2 days without eating, so much they were transported with joy they broke above a dozen laces in trying to be laced up closed, that they might have a fine slender shape, and they were continually at their looking-glass. At last the happy day came. They went to court, and Cinderella followed them with her eyes as long as she could.
And when she had lost sight of them, she fell a-crying.
Her godmother, who saw her and all in tears, asked her what was the matter.
I wish I could. I wish I could.
She was not able to speak the rest, being interrupted by her tears and sobbing. This godmother of hers, who was a fairy, said to her,
Thou wishest thou couldst go to the ball. Is it not so?
Yes,
cried Cinderella with a great sigh.
Well,
said her godmother,
be but a good girl, and I will contrive that thou shalt go.
Then she took her into her chamber and said to her,
Run into the garden and bring me a pumpkin.
Cinderella went immediately to gather the finest she could get and brought it to her godmother, not being able to imagine how this pumpkin could make her go to the ball. Her godmother scooped out all the inside of it, leaving nothing but the rind, which done, she stuck it with her wand, and the pumpkin was instantly turned into a fine coach, gilded all over with gold. She then went to look in her mouse trap, where she found 6 little mice all alive, and ordered Cinderella to lift up a little the trap door. When giving each mouse, as it went out, a little tap with her wand, the mouse was at that very moment turned into a fair horse, which altogether made a very fine set of 6 horses and a beautiful mouse-colored dapple gray. Being at a loss for a coachman,
I will go and see,
said Cinderella,
if there be never a rat in the rat trap, that we may make a coachman of him.
Thou art in the right,
replied her godmother.
Go and look.
Cinderella brought the trap to her, and in it were 3 huge rats. The fairy made a choice of one of the 3, which had the largest beard, and having touched him with her wand, he was turned into a fat, jolly coachman who had the smartest whiskers eyes ever beheld. After that, she said to her,
Go again into the garden, and you will find 6 lizards behind the watering pot. Bring them to me.
She had no sooner done so, but her godmother turned them into 6 footmen, who skipped up immediately behind the coach, with their liveries all bedaubed with gold and silver, and clung as close behind it as if they had done nothing else in their whole lives. The fairy then said to Cinderella,
Well, you see here an equipage fit to go to the ball with. Are you not pleased with it?
Oh, yes,
cried she.
But must I go thither as I am, in these poison nasty rags?
And her godmother only just touched her with her wand, and at the same instant her clothes were turned into cloth of gold and silver, all beset with jewels. This done, she gave her a pair of glass slippers, the prettiest in the whole world. Being thus decked out, she got up into her coach, but her godmother, above all things, commanded her not to stay till after midnight, telling her at the same time that if she stayed at the ball 1 moment longer, her coach would be a pumpkin again, her horses mice, her coachman a rat, her footmen lizards, and her clothes become just as they were before. She promised her godmother she would not fail of leaving the ball before midnight, and then she drove away, scarce able to contain herself for joy. The king's son, who was told that a great princess, whom nobody knew, was come, ran out to receive her. He gave her his hand as she alighted out of the coach, and led her into the hall among all the company. There was immediately profound silence. They left off dancing, and the violins ceased to play, so attentive was everyone to contemplate the singular beauty of this unknown newcomer. Nothing was then heard but a confused noise of,
Ha! How handsome she is! Ha! How handsome she is!
The king himself, as old as he was, could not help ogling her and tell the queen softly
that it was a long time since he had seen so beautiful and lovely a creature.
All the ladies were busied in considering her clothes and headdress, that they might have some made next day after the same pattern, provided they could meet with such fine materials, and as able hands to make them. The king's son conducted her to the most honorable seat, and afterwards took her out to dance with him. She danced so very gracefully that they all more and more admired her. A fine collation was served up, whereof the prince ate not a morsel, so intently was he busied in gazing on her. She went and sat down by her sisters, showing them 1,000 civilities, giving them part of the oranges and citrons which the prince had presented her with, which very much surprised them, for they did not know her. While Cinderilla was thus amusing her sisters, she heard the clock strike 11 3/4, whereupon she immediately made a curtsy to the company and hasted away as fast as she could. Being got home, she ran to seek out her godmother, and after having thanked her, she said,
She could not but heartily wish she might go next day to the ball, because the king's son had desired her.
As she was eagerly telling her godmother whatever had passed at the ball, her two sisters knocked at the door, which Cinderilla ran and opened.
How long you have stayed!
She cried, gaping, rubbing her eyes, and stretching herself as if she had just awaked out of her sleep. She had not, however, any manner of inclination to sleep since they went from home.
If thou hadst been at the ball,
said one of her sisters,
thou wouldst not have been tired with it. There came thither the finest princess, the most beautiful ever was seen with mortal eyes. She showed us 1,000 civilities, and gave us oranges and citrons.
Cinderilla was transported with joy, and she asked them the name of the princess. But they told her they did not know it, and that the king's son was very anxious to learn it, and would give all the world to know who she was. At this, Cinderilla, smiling, replied,
She must then be very beautiful indeed. Lord, how happy have you been! Could not I see her? Ah, dear Miss Charlotte, do lend me your yellow suit of cloths which you wear every day.
To be sure,
cried Miss Charlotte.
Lend my clothes to such a dirty cinder-breech as thou art? Who's the fool then?
Cinderilla, indeed, expected some such answer, and was very glad of the refusal, for she would have been sadly put to it if her sister had lent her what she had asked for jestingly. The next day the two sisters were at the ball, and so was Cinderilla, but dressed more magnificently than before. The king's son was always by her, and never ceased his compliments and amorous speeches to her, to whom all this was so far from being tiresome that she quite forgot what her godmother had recommended to her, so that she at last counted the clock striking 12, when she took it to be no more than 11. Then she rose up and fled as nimble as a deer. The prince followed, but could not overtake her. She left behind one of her glass slippers, which the prince took up most carefully. She got home, but quite out of breath, without coach or footman, and in her nasty old clothes, having nothing left of all her finery but one of the little slippers, fellow to that she dropped. The guards at the palace gate were asked if they had not seen a princess go out, who said they had seen nobody out but a young girl, very meanly dressed, and who had the air of a poor country wench than a gentlewoman. When the two sisters returned from the ball, Cinderella asked them if they had been well diverted, and if a fine lady had been there. They told her yes, but that she hurried away immediately when it struck 12, and that with so much haste she dropped one of her little glass slippers, the prettiest in the world, and which the king's son had taken up. That he had done nothing but look at it during the latter part of the ball, and that most certainly he was very much in love with the beautiful person who owned the little slipper. What they said was very true, for a few days after the king's son caused it to be proclaimed by the sound of a trumpet that he would marry her whose foot fit the slipper. They whom he employed began to try it upon the princesses, then the duchesses, and all the court, but in vain. It was brought to the sisters, who did all they possibly could to thrust their feet into the slipper, but they could not effect it. Cinderilla, who saw all this, and knew her slipper, said to them, laughing,
Let me see if it will not fit me.
Her sisters burst out laughing and began to banter her. The gentleman who was sent to try the slipper looked earnestly at Cinderella, and finding her very handsome, said it was but just that she should try, and that he had orders to let everyone make a trial. He invited Cinderella to put down, and putting the slipper to her foot, found it went on very easily and fitted her as if it had been made of wax. The astonishment her two sisters were in was excessively great, but abundantly still greater, when Cinderella pulled out of her pocket the other slipper and put it on her foot. Thereupon in came her godmother, who, having touched her with her magic wand, Cinderella's clothes, made richer and more magnificent than any of those she had before, and now her two sisters found her to be the fine, beautiful lady whom they had seen at the ball. They threw themselves at her feet to beg pardon for all the ill treatment they had made her undergo. Cinderella took them up, and, as she embraced them, cried that she forgave them with all her heart and desired them to always love her. She was conducted to the young prince, just as she was. He thought her more charming than ever, and a few days after married her.
Cinderella, who was no less good than beautiful, gave her two sisters lodgings in the palace, and that very same day matched them with two great lords of the court.
End of Cinderilla, or The Little Glass Slipper, by Charles Perrault.
Story 3 and Dramatic Reading Scene in Story Collection, Volume 6. The Little Engine That Could, by Watty Piper. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cast of Characters.
Little Blue Engine, read by Shrimpfish.
Little Toy Clown, read by Brian Fullen.
Dolls and Toys, read by Jenn Broda.
Passenger Engine, read by Petra Elphinstone.
Freight Engine, read by Jim Hedrick.
Kind Engine, read by Lynette Calkins.
Narrated by Mark Ricci. The Little Engine That Could, retold by Watty Piper from The Pony Engine by Mabel C. Bragg. Chug, chug, chug. Puff, puff, puff. Ding dong, ding dong. The little train rumbled over the tracks. She was a happy little train, for she had such a jolly load to carry. Her cars were filled full of good things for boys and girls. There were toy animals, giraffes with long necks, teddy bears with almost no necks at all, and even a baby elephant. Then there were dolls. Dolls with blue eyes and yellow curls. Dolls with brown eyes and brown bobbed heads, and the gayest little toy clown you ever saw. And there were cars full of toy engines, aeroplanes, tops, jackknives, picture puzzles, books, and every kind of thing boys or girls could want. But that was not all. Some of the cars were filled with all sorts of good things for boys and girls to eat. Big golden oranges, red-cheeked apples, bottles of creamy milk for their breakfasts, fresh spinach for their dinners, peppermint drops and lollipops for after-meal treats. The little train was carrying all these good things to the good little boys and girls on the other side of the mountain. She puffed along happily. Then all of a sudden, she stopped with a jerk. She simply could not go another inch. She tried and she tried, but her wheels would not turn. What were all those good little boys and girls on the other side of the mountain going to do without the jolly toys to play with and the wholesome food to eat?
Here comes a shiny new engine,
said the little clown who had jumped out of the train.
Let us ask him to help us.
So all the dolls and toys cried out together.
Please, shiny new engine, do carry our train over the mountain. Our engine has broken down, and the boys and girls on the other side will have no toys to play with and no wholesome food to eat unless you help us."
But the shiny new engine snorted.
I pull you. I am a passenger engine. I have just carried a fine big train over the mountain with more cars than you ever dreamed of. My train had sleeping cars with comfortable berths, a dining car in which waiters bring whatever hungry people want to eat, and parlor cars in which people sit in soft armchairs and look out of big plate glass windows. I carry the likes of you? Indeed not.
And off he steamed to the roundhouse where engines live when they are not busy. How sad the little train and all the dolls and toys felt. Then the little clown called out,
"The passenger engine is not the only one in the world. Here is another coming, a fine, big, strong one. Let us ask him to help us."
The little toy clown waved his flag and the big strong engine came to a stop.
"Oh, please, please, big engine,"
cried all the dolls and toys together.
"do pull our train over the mountain. Our engine has broken down, and the good little boys and girls on the other side will have no toys to play with and no wholesome food to eat unless you help us."
But the big strong engine bellowed,
I am a freight engine. I have just pulled a big train loaded with costly machines over the mountain. These machines print books and newspapers for grown-ups to read. I am a very important engine indeed. I won't carry the likes of you.
and the freight engine puffed off indignantly to the roundhouse. The little train and all the dolls and toys were very sad.
"Cheer up,"
cried the little toy clown.
"The freight engine is not the only one in the world. Here comes another. He looks very old and tired, but our train is so little, perhaps he can help us."
So the little toy clown waved his flag, and the dingy, rusty old engine stopped.
"Please, kind engine,"
cried all the dolls and toys together.
"do pull our train over the mountain. Our engine has broken down, and the boys and girls on the other side will have no toys to play with and no wholesome food to eat unless you help us."
But the rusty old engine sighed.
I am so tired. I must rest my weary wheels. I cannot pull even so little a train as yours over the mountain. I cannot. I cannot. I cannot.
And off he rumbled to the roundhouse chugging.
I cannot. I cannot. I cannot.
Then indeed the little train was very, very sad, and the dolls and toys were ready to cry. But the little clown called out,
"Here is another engine coming, a little blue engine, a very little one, but perhaps she will help us."
The very little engine came chugging merrily along. When she saw the toy clown's flag, she stopped quickly.
"What is the matter, my friends?"
she asked kindly.
"Oh, little blue engine,"
cried the dolls and toys.
"will you pull us over the mountain? Our engine has broken down, and the good boys and girls on the other side will have no toys to play with and no wholesome food to eat unless you help us. Please, please help us, little blue engine."
"I'm not very big,"
said the little blue engine.
"They use me only for switching in the yard. I have never been over the mountain."
"But we must get over the mountain before the children awake,"
said all the dolls and the toys. The very little engine looked up and saw the tears in the doll's eyes, and she thought of the good little boys and girls on the other side of the mountain who would have no toys and no wholesome food unless she helped. Then she said,
"I think I can. I think I can. I think I can."
And she hitched herself to the little train. She tugged and pulled and pulled and tugged, and slowly they started off. The toy clown jumped aboard, and all the dolls and the toy animals began to smile and cheer. Puff, puff, chug, chug, went the little blue engine.
I think I can, 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 I think I can.
Up, up, up! Faster and faster and faster and faster, the little engine climbed until at last they reached the top of the mountain. Down in the valley lay the city.
Hurrah! Hurrah!
Cried the gay little clown and all the dolls and toys.
The good little boys and girls in this city will be happy because you helped us, kind little blue engine.
And the little blue engine smiled and seemed to say as she puffed steadily down the mountain,
I thought I could, 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 I thought I could.
End of The Little Engine That Could by Watty Piper.
Story 4 in Dramatic Reading Scene and Story Collection, Volume 6. Tootie at the Bank by Carolyn Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cast of Characters.
Tootie Young. Read by Jenn Broda.
Bank Teller. Read by Brian Fullen.
Oh, how do you do? Are you the paying teller? Well, that is, could I please see somebody else? You see, I just opened an account and I want to get some of my money out. There's the loveliest hat in Featherton's window marked down to... But that's just it. If I get my money from a professional teller, he'll tell all about my private affairs and how much I pay for my hats and everything.
Not at all, miss. We are called tellers because we never tell anything about our depositors' affairs. We're not allowed to.
Oh, how lovely. Well then, if you won't tell, I've never drawn a check before, and I don't know how. Will you help me?
Certainly, but I must ask you to make haste. Have you a checkbook?
How curt you are. I thought you'd like to help me. Men most always do. Yes, I have a checkbook. That other clerk gave it to me, but I don't like it, and I want to exchange it. See, it has a horrid, plain black muslin cover. Don't you have any bound in gray suede with gilt edges? I'm willing to pay extra.
We have no other kind, miss. How much money do you want?
Why, I don't know. You see, Daddy put $1,000 in this bank for me. I suppose I may as well take it all at once. What do you think?
I think probably your father meant for you to take only a part of it at a time.
Yes, I think so too. He said it would teach me business habits. He chose this bank because you have a special department for ladies. But if this is it, I don't think much of it. To be sure, the plate glass and mahogany are all right, but it looks like put up complete for $74.99. Don't you think mission furniture and chintz would be cozier? Yes, I'll draw my check. Do give me a moment to draw my breath first. You see, I'm not used to these things. Why, with a real bank account of my own, I feel like an organized charity. I suppose I ought to hunt up some worthy poor. Well, I'll just get that hat first. Now let me see. Oh, yes, of course. You may help me, but I want to do the actual drawing myself. It's the only way to learn. Why, when I took art lessons, I made a burnt wood sofa pillow all myself. The teacher just stood and looked at me. He said I had fate-sealing eyes. Why, you're looking at my eyes just the way he did. You seem so rattled. Why do you? Don't you know how to draw a check either?
Oh, yes, indeed. I have drawn millions of checks.
Millions of checks. How exciting! What do you do with all your money?
Oh, It isn't my money, you know.
Aren't you ashamed to be drawing millions and billions of other people's money? I have a friend who is engaged to a bank president who got caught drawing checks.
Excuse me, but how much money do you want to draw?
How much is it customary for ladies to draw?
Well, that depends upon how much they need.
Oh, I see. People in need draw more than those in comfortable circumstances, I suppose. I am not exactly what would be called a needy person. Since I left school, of course, I have my own allowance. Do you approve of girls being put on an allowance, or do you think it is nicer for them to have accounts with the tradespeople and not be treated like children?
I should think that would depend. Would a check for $100 be enough for today? What did you have in mind to use it for?
I think you are very impertinent. I am surprised that people in banks are allowed to ask such questions. Why should you concern yourself with how much money I want?
I was endeavoring to help you about your check.
Oh, yes, certainly. How could you possibly draw checks if you didn't know how much the checks were to be? I like checks much better than stripes or plaids. Lucille is making me a beautiful walking suit that is the loveliest imported check that you ever saw. And checks are nice for men, don't you think?
Is it for the hat or for the suit that you want to draw a check?
Yes, of course. It is for the hat at Featherton's that I want the check. I'm afraid you will think I am silly, but really I have so many things to think about that it is hard to keep my mind on just one thing. You must make allowances for girls who have so many things to think about. Of course, with a man like you, who only has checks and money to think about all day long, it is so easy. I'd be bored if I had nothing but money and checks all day. I should think it would be diverting to have somebody call and talk about something else.
It is. Come now, let us make out this check. You must write the number first.
Oh, isn't it exciting? Now wait, let me do it. You just watch out that it's all right. But are you sure you know how yourself? I'd rather have an expert to teach me. You know, nowadays, skilled labor counts in everything.
I assure you I'm competent in this matter, but I must beg you to make haste. Write the number in this blank.
What number?
Number 1, of course. It's your first check.
There! I knew you were ready to tell everything. Suppose it is my first check. I don't want everybody to know it. Can't I begin with a larger number and then go right on?
Why, yes. I suppose you can, if you like. Begin with 100.
Oh, I don't know. I guess I'll begin with 4887. I can make lovely sevens. Don't you think 4887 is a pretty number?
Very pretty, but...
Now you're wasting time. There, I've written the number. What next?
The date, please, and the year.
Well, I've written the date, but it's spilled all over the year space. It doesn't matter, though, 'cause it'll be this year for a long while yet, and this check will be vouched, or whatever you call it, before the year is out.
But you must write the year.
But how can I when there isn't room?
Tear that up and begin a new check.
And waste all that money? Oh, I didn't want an account anyway. I told Daddy it would make me more extravagant, and you're so cross to me. And here I've spoiled a lot of my money the first thing.
Oh, no, Miss Young, you haven't. There, don't look so distressed. I'll make it all right for you.
You'll make it all right? How dare you, sir? Do you dream for a moment I'd take your money to replace my own losses?
Now, wait, you don't understand. This check is worthless until it's signed. Now, we'll tear it out, so, and begin again. Make smaller letters and figures, can't you?
Oh, how cute that check comes out. You just tear it by the little perforated dots, don't you? Let me tear one out.
Write it first. You'll probably spoil it and have to tear it out.
How unkind you are, and I'm doing my very best. Don't find fault with me. Please don't.
Well, don't wrinkle up your nose like that. It looks like a crumpled rose petal. And don't write your name there. That's the place for the amount.
Oh, what a fuss. What does it matter so long as all the spaces are filled? My goodness, the check's all done, isn't it? And it's quite entirely all right, isn't it?
Yes, it's irreproachable. How will you have the money?
If I take the money, do I have to give you this check?
Certainly.
Then I won't take any money, thank you. I want to take this check home and show it to Daddy. He'll be so pleased and proud. I know he'll keep it as a souvenir, and then he'll give me some of his money for the hat.
End of Tootie at the Bank by Carolyn Wells.
Story 5 in Dramatic Reading, Scene and Story Collection, Volume 6, The Three Musketeers, Chapters 4 and 5 by Alexandre Dumas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Three Musketeers by Alexandre Dumas. Dramatis Personae. Narrated by Lynette Calkins.
D'Artagnan, read by Alexandre.
Athos, read by Weretortus.
Porthos, read by Brian Fullen.
Aramis, read by Alexandria Adair.
D'Artagnan's Father and Guard 2, read by Draco Dune.
Jussac, read by Shrimpfish.
Guard 1 and Baccarat by Scott Calkins.
Chapter 4. The Shoulder of Athos, the Baldric of Porthos, and the Handkerchief of Aramis. D'Artagnan, in a state of fury, crossed the antechamber at 3 bounds, and was darting toward the stairs, which he reckoned upon descending 4 at a time, when, in his heedless course, he ran head foremost against a musketeer who was coming out of one of Monsieur de Tréville's private rooms, and striking his shoulder violently, made him utter a cry, or rather a howl.
"Excuse me,"
said D'Artagnan, endeavoring to resume his course.
"Excuse me, but I am in a hurry."
Scarcely had he descended the first stair, when a hand of iron seized him by the belt and stopped him.
You are in a hurry?
Said the musketeer, as pale as a sheet.
Under that pretence you run against me? You say, "Excuse me," and believe that is sufficient? Not at all, my young man. Do you fancy, because you have heard Monsieur de Tréville speak to us a little cavalierly today, that other people are to treat us as he speaks to us? Undeceive yourself, comrade. You are not Monsieur de Tréville.
"My faith,"
replied D'Artagnan, recognizing Athos, who, after the dressing performed by the doctor, was returning to his own apartment.
"I did not do it intentionally, and not doing it intentionally, I said excuse me. It appears to me that this is quite enough. I repeat to you, however, and this time on my word of honor, I think perhaps too often, that I am in haste, great haste. Leave your hold then, I beg of you, and let me go where my business calls me."
Monsieur,
said Athos, letting him go,
you are not polite. It is easy to perceive that you have come from a distance.
D'Artagnan had already strode down 3 or 4 stairs, but at Athos's last remark he stopped short.
"Morbleu, monsieur,"
said he,
"however far I may come, it is not you who can give me a lesson in good manners, I warn you."
"Perhaps,"
said Athos.
"Ah, if I were not in such haste, and if I were not running after someone,"
said D'Artagnan.
"Monsieur, man in a hurry, you can find me without running. Me. Do you understand?"
"And where, I pray you?"
"Near the Carmes Deschaux."
"At what hour?"
"About noon."
"About noon? That will do. I will be there."
"Endeavour not to make me wait, for at 12:15 I will cut off your ears as you run."
Good,
cried D'Artagnan.
I will be there 10 minutes before 12.
And he set off running as if the devil possessed him, hoping that he might yet find the stranger whose slow pace could not have carried him far. But at the street gate, Porthos was talking with the soldier on guard. Between the two talkers there was just enough room for a man to pass. D'Artagnan thought it would suffice for him, and he sprang forward like a dart between them. But D'Artagnan had reckoned without the wind. As he was about to pass, the wind blew out Porthos's long cloak, and D'Artagnan rushed straight into the middle of it. Without doubt, Porthos had reasons for not abandoning this part of his vestments, for instead of quitting his hold on the flap in his hand, he pulled it toward him, so that D'Artagnan rolled himself up in the velvet by a movement of rotation explained by the persistency of Porthos. D'Artagnan, hearing the Musketeer swear, wished to escape from the cloak, which blinded him, and sought to find his way from under the folds of it. He was particularly anxious to avoid marring the freshness of the magnificent baldric we are acquainted with, but on timidly opening his eyes, he found himself with his nose fixed between the two shoulders of Porthos, that is to say, exactly upon the baldric. Alas! Like most things in this world which have nothing in their favour but appearances, the baldric was glittering with gold in the front, but was nothing but simple buff behind. Vainglorious as he was, Porthos could not afford to have a baldric wholly of gold, but had at least half. One could comprehend the necessity of the cold and the urgency of the cloak.
Bless me,
cried Porthos, making strong efforts to disembarrass himself of D'Artagnan, who was wriggling about his back.
You must be mad to run against people in this manner.
Excuse me,
said D'Artagnan, reappearing under the shoulder of the giant.
But I am in such haste. I was running after someone and...
And do you always forget your eyes when you run?
Asked Porthos.
No,
replied D'Artagnan, piqued.
And thanks to my eyes, I can see what other people cannot see.
Whether Porthos understood him or did not understand him, giving way to his anger,
Messieurs,
said he,
you stand a chance of getting chastised if you rob musketeers in this fashion.
Chastised, monsieur,
said D'Artagnan.
The expression is strong.
It is one that becomes a man accustomed to look his enemies in the face.
Ah, pardieu, I know full well that you don't turn your back to yours.
And the young man, delighted with his joke, went away laughing loudly. Porthos foamed with rage and made a movement to rush after D'Artagnan.
Presently,
cried the latter.
When you haven't your cloak on.
At 1 o'clock, then, behind the Luxembourg.
Very well, at 1 o'clock, then,
replied D'Artagnan, turning the angle of the street. But neither in the street he had passed through, nor in the one which his eager glance pervaded, could he see anyone. However slowly the stranger had walked, he was gone on his way, or perhaps had entered some house. D'Artagnan inquired of everyone he met with, went down to the ferry, came up again by the Rue de Seine and the Red Cross. But nothing, absolutely nothing. This chase was, however, advantageous to him in one sense, for in proportion as the perspiration broke from his forehead, his heart began to cool. He began to reflect upon the events that had passed. They were numerous and inauspicious. It was scarcely 11 o'clock in the morning, and yet this morning had already brought him into disgrace with Monsieur de Tréville, who could not fail to think the manner in which D'Artagnan had left him a little cavalier. Besides this, he had drawn upon himself 2 good duels with 2 men, each capable of killing 3 D'Artagnans, with 2 musketeers, in short, with 2 of those beings whom he esteemed so greatly that he placed them in his mind and heart above all other men. The outlook was sad. Sure of being killed by Athos, It may easily be understood that the young man was not very uneasy about Porthos. As hope, however, is the last thing extinguished in the heart of man, he finished by hoping that he might survive, even though with terrible wounds, in both these duels, and in case of surviving, he made the following reprehensions upon his own conduct.
What a madcap I was, and what a stupid fellow I am. That brave and unfortunate Athos was wounded on that very shoulder against which I must run head foremost, like a ram. The only thing that astonishes me is that he did not strike me dead at once. He had good cause to do so. The pain I gave him must have been atrocious. As to Porthos, faith, that's a droll affair.
And in spite of himself, the young man began to laugh aloud, looking round carefully, however, to see that his solitary laugh, without a cause in the eyes of passers-by, offended no one.
As to Porthos, that is certainly droll, but I am not the less a giddy fool. Are people to be run against without warning? No. And have I any right to go and peep under their cloaks to see what is not there? He would have pardoned me. He would certainly have pardoned me if I had not said anything to him about that cursed baldric. In ambiguous words, it's true, but rather drolly ambiguous. Ah, cursed Gascon that I am! I get from one hovel into another. Friend D'Artagnan,
continued he, speaking to himself with all the amenity that he thought due himself,
if you escape, of which there is not much chance, I would advise you to practice perfect politeness for the future. You must henceforth be admired and quoted as a model of it. To be obliging and polite does not necessarily make a man a coward. Look at Aramis now. Aramis is mildness and grace personified. Well, did anybody ever dream of calling Aramis a coward? No, certainly not. And from this moment I will endeavor to model myself after him. Ah, that's strange. Here he is.
D'Artagnan, walking and soliloquizing, had arrived within a few steps of the Hôtel d'Arguillon, and in front of that hotel perceived Aramis, chatting gaily with three gentlemen. But as he had not forgotten that it was in presence of this young man that Monsieur de Tréville had been so angry in the morning, and as a witness of the rebuke the Musketeers had received, was not likely to be at all agreeable, he pretended not to see him. D'Artagnan, on the contrary, quite full of his plans of conciliation and courtesy, approached the young men with a profound bow, accompanied by a most gracious smile. All four, besides, immediately broke off their conversation. D'Artagnan was not so dull as not to perceive that he was one too many, but he was not sufficiently broken into the fashions of the gay world to know how to extricate himself gallantly from a false position, like that of a man who begins to mingle with people he is scarcely acquainted with, and in a conversation that does not concern him. He was seeking in his mind, then, for the least awkward means of retreat, when he remarked that Aramis had let his handkerchief fall, and by mistake, no doubt, had placed his foot upon it. This appeared to be a favourable opportunity to repair his intrusion. He stooped, and with the most gracious air he could assume, drew the handkerchief from under the foot of the Musketeer, in spite of the efforts the latter made to detain it, and holding it out to him, said,
I believe, monsieur, that this is a handkerchief you would be sorry to lose.
The handkerchief was indeed richly embroidered, and had a coronet and arms at one of its corners. Aramis blushed excessively, and snatched rather than took the handkerchief from the hand of the Gascon.
Ah,
cried one of the guards.
Will you persist in saying, most discreet Aramis, that you are not on good terms with Madame de Bois Tracy when that gracious lady has the kindness to lend you one of her handkerchiefs?
Aramis darted at D'Artagnan one of those looks which inform a man that he has acquired a mortal enemy. Then, resuming his mild air,
You are deceived, gentlemen,
said he.
This handkerchief is not mine, and I cannot fancy why monsieur has taken it into his head to offer it to me, rather than to one of you, And as a proof of what I say, here is mine, in my pocket.
So saying, he pulled out his own handkerchief, likewise a very elegant handkerchief, and of very fine cambric, though cambric was dear at the period, but a handkerchief without embroidery and without arms, only ornamented with a single cipher, that of its proprietor. This time D'Artagnan was not hasty. He perceived his mistake, but the friends of Aramis were not at all convinced by his denial, and one of them addressed the young musketeer with affected seriousness.
If it were as you pretend it is,
said he,
I should be forced, my dear Aramis, to reclaim it myself. For, as you very well know, Boitrezy is an intimate friend of mine, and I cannot allow the property of his wife to be sported as a trophy.
You make the demand badly,
replied Aramis.
And while acknowledging the justice of your reclamation, I refuse it on account of the form.
The fact is,
hazarded D'Artagnan timidly,
I did not see the handkerchief fall from the pocket of Monsieur Aramis. He had his foot upon it, that is all. And I thought from having his foot upon it, the handkerchief was his.
And you were deceived, my dear sir,
replied Aramis coldly, very little sensible to the reparation. Then, turning toward that one of the guards who had declared himself the friend of Boitrezy,
besides,
continued he,
I have reflected, my dear intimate of Boitrezy, that I am not less tenderly his friend than you can possibly be, so decidedly this handkerchief is as likely to have fallen from your pocket as mine.
No, upon my honor,
cried his Majesty's guardsman.
You are about to swear upon your honor, and I upon my word, and then it will be pretty evident that one of us will have lied. Now here, Montran, we will do better than that. Let us each take a half.
Of the handkerchief?
Yes.
Perfectly just,
cried the other two guardsmen.
The judgment of King Solomon? Aramis, you certainly are full of wisdom.
The young men burst into a laugh, and as may be supposed, the offer had no other sequel. In a moment or two the conversation ceased, and the three guardsmen and the musketeer, after having cordially shaken hands, separated, the guardsman going one way and Aramis another.
Now is my time to make peace with this gallant man,
said D'Artagnan to himself, having stood on one side during the whole of the latter part of the conversation, and with this good feeling drawing near to Aramis, who was departing without paying any attention to him.
Monsieur,
said he.
You will excuse me, I hope.
Ah, monsieur,
interrupted Aramis.
Permit me to observe to you that you have not acted in this affair as a gallant man ought.
What, monsieur?
cried D'Artagnan.
And do you suppose...
I suppose, monsieur, that you are not a fool, and that you knew very well, although coming from Gascony, that people do not tread upon handkerchiefs without a reason. What's the devil? Paris is not paved with cambric.
Monsieur, you act wrongly in endeavouring to mortify me,
said D'Artagnan, in whom the natural quarrelsome spirit began to speak more loudly than his pacific resolutions.
I am from Gascony, it is true, and since you know it, there is no occasion to tell you that Gascons are not very patient, so that when they have begged to be excused once, were it even for a folly, they are convinced that they have done already at least as much again as they ought to have done.
Monsieur, what I say to you about the matter,
said Aramis,
is not for the sake of seeking a quarrel. Thank God I am not a bravo, and being a musketeer for but a time, I only fight when I am forced to do so, and always with great repugnance. But this time the affair is serious, for here is a lady compromised by you.
By us, you mean?
cried D'Artagnan.
Why did you so maladroitly restore me the handkerchief?
Why did you so awkwardly let it fall?
I have said, monsieur, and I repeat, that the handkerchief did not fall from my pocket.
And thereby you have lied twice, monsieur, for I saw it fall.
Ah, you take it with that tone, do you, Master Gascon? Well, I will teach you how to behave yourself.
And I will send you back to your mass book, Master Abbé. Draw, if you please, and instantly...
Not so, if you please, my good friend, not here at least. Do you not perceive that we are opposite the Hotel d'Aguillon, which is full of the Cardinal's creatures? How do I know that this is not his eminence, who has honoured you with the commission to procure my head? Now, I entertain a ridiculous partiality for my head. It seems to suit my shoulders so correctly. I wish to kill you, be at rest as to that, but to kill you quietly, in a snug, remote place, where you will not be able to boast of your death to anybody.
I agree, monsieur, but do not be too confident. Take your handkerchief, whether it belongs to you or another. You may perhaps stand in need of it.
Monsieur is a Gascon,
asked Aramis.
Yes. Monsieur does not postpone an interview through prudence.
Prudence, monsieur, is a virtue sufficiently useless to musketeers, I know, but indispensable to churchmen, and as I am only a musketeer provisionally, I hold it good to be prudent. At 2 o'clock I shall have the honour of expecting you at the Hotel of Monsieur de Treville. There I will indicate to you the best place and time.
The two young men bowed and separated, Aramis ascending the street which led to the Luxembourg, while D'Artagnan, perceiving the appointed hour was approaching, took the road to the Carme Deschaux, saying to himself,
Decidedly, I can't draw back, but at least, if I am killed, I shall be killed by a musketeer.
Chapter 5. The King's Musketeers and the Cardinal's Guards. D'Artagnan was acquainted with nobody in Paris. He went, therefore, to his appointment with Athos without a second, determined to be satisfied with those his adversary should choose. Besides, his intention was formed to make this brave musketeer all suitable apologies, but without meanness or weakness, fearing that might result from this duel, which generally results from an affair of this kind, when a young and vigorous man fights with an adversary who is wounded and weakened. If conquered, he doubles the triumph of his antagonist. If a conqueror, he is accused of foul play and want of courage. Now, we must have badly painted the character of our adventure-seeker, or our readers must have already perceived that D'Artagnan was not an ordinary man. Therefore, while repeating to himself that his death was inevitable, he did not make up his mind to die quietly, as one less courageous and less restrained might have done in his place. He reflected upon the different characters of those with whom he was going to fight, and began to view his situation more clearly. He hoped, by means of loyal excuses, to make a friend of Athos, whose lordly air and austere bearing pleased him much. He flattered himself he should be able to frighten Porthos with the adventure of the baldric, which he might, if not killed upon the spot, relate to everybody, a recital which, well managed, would cover Porthos with ridicule. As to the astute Aramis, he did not entertain much dread of him, and supposing he should be able to get so far, he determined to dispatch him in good style, or at least by hitting him in the face, as Caesar recommended his soldiers do to those of Pompey, to damage forever the beauty of which he was so proud. In addition to this, D'Artagnan possessed that invincible stock of resolution which the counsels of his father had implanted in his heart.
Endure nothing from anyone but the king, the cardinal, and Monsieur de Treville.
He flew, then, rather than walked, toward the convent of the Carme Deschaux, or rather Deschaux, as it was called at that period, a sort of building without a window, surrounded by barren fields, an accessory to the Proclercs, and which was generally employed as the place for the duels of men who had no time to lose. When D'Artagnan arrived in sight of the bare spot of ground which extended along the foot of the monastery, Athos had been waiting about 5 minutes, and 12 o'clock was striking. He was, then, as punctual as the Samaritan woman, and the most rigorous casuist with regard to duels could have nothing to say. Athos, who still suffered grievously from his wound, though it had been dressed anew by Monsieur de Treville's surgeon, was seated on a post and waiting for his adversary with hat in hand, his feather even touching the ground.
Monsieur,
said Athos.
I have engaged 2 of my friends as seconds, but these 2 friends are not yet come, at which I am astonished, as it is not at all their custom.
I have no seconds on my part, monsieur,
said D'Artagnan.
For having only arrived yesterday in Paris, I as yet know no one but Monsieur de Treville, to whom I was recommended by my father, who has the honor to be, in some degree, one of his friends.
Athos reflected for an instant.
You know no one but Monsieur Treville?
Yes, monsieur, I know only him.
Well, but then,
continued Athos, speaking half to himself,
if I kill you, I shall have the air of a boy-slayer.
Not too much so,
replied D'Artagnan, with a bow that was not deficient in dignity.
Since you do me the honor to draw a sword with me while suffering from a wound which is very inconvenient.
Very inconvenient, upon my word. And you hurt me devilishly, I can tell you. But I will take the left hand. It is my custom in such circumstances. Do not fancy that I do you a favour. I use either hand easily, and it will be even a disadvantage to you. A left-handed man is very troublesome to people who are not prepared for it. I regret I did not inform you sooner of this circumstance.
You have truly, monsieur,
said D'Artagnan, bowing again,
a courtesy for which I assure you I am very grateful.
You confuse me,
replied Athos with his gentlemanly air.
Let us talk of something else, if you please. Ah, blood, how you have hurt me. My shoulder quite burns.
If you would permit me,
said D'Artagnan with timidity.
What, monsieur?
I have a miraculous balsam for wounds, a balsam given to me by my mother, and of which I have made a trial upon myself.
Well?
Well, I am sure that in less than 3 days this balsam would cure you, and at the end of 3 days, when you would be cured, well, sir, it would still do me a great honor to be your man.
D'Artagnan spoke these words with a simplicity that did honor to his courtesy, without throwing the least doubt upon his courage.
Pardieu, monsieur,
said Athos.
That's a proposition that pleases me. Not that I can accept it, but a league off it savours of the gentleman. Thus spoke and acted the gallant knights of the time of Charlemagne, in whom every cavalier ought to seek his model. Unfortunately, we do not live in the times of the great emperor. We live in the times of the cardinal. And 3 days hence, however well the secret might be guarded, it would be known, I say, that we were to fight, and our combat would be prevented. I think these fellows will never come.
If you are in haste, monsieur,
said D'Artagnan, with the same simplicity with which, a moment before, he had proposed to him to put off the duel for 3 days.
And if it be your will to dispatch me at once, do not inconvenience yourself, I pray you.
There is another word which pleases me,
cried Athos, with a gracious nod to D'Artagnan.
That it did not come from a man without a heart. Monsieur, I love men of your kidney, and I foreseen plainly that if we don't kill each other, I shall hereafter have much pleasure in your conversation. We will wait for these gentlemen, so please you. I have plenty of time, and it will be more correct. Ah, here is one of them, I believe.
In fact, at the end of the Rue Vaugirard, the gigantic Porthos appeared.
What?
cried D'Artagnan.
Is your first witness Monsieur Porthos?
Yes. That disturbs you?
By no means.
And here is the second.
D'Artagnan turned in the direction pointed to by Athos, and perceived Aramis.
What?
cried he, in an accent of greater astonishment than before.
Your second witness is Monsieur Aramis?
Doubtless. Are you not aware that we are never seen one without the others, and that we are called among the Musketeers and the guards at court in the city Athos, Porthos, and Aramis, or the 3 inseparables? And yet, as you come from Dach or Paul...
From Tarbes,
said D'Artagnan.
It is probable that you are ignorant of this little fact,
said Athos.
My faith,
replied D'Artagnan.
You are well named, gentlemen, and my adventure, if you should make any noise, will prove at least that your union is not founded upon contrasts.
In the meantime, Porthos had come up, waved his hand to Athos, and then, turning toward D'Artagnan, stood quite astonished. Let us say in passing that he had changed his baldric and relinquished his cloak.
Ah,
said he.
What does this mean?
This is the gentleman I am going to fight with,
said Athos, pointing to D'Artagnan with his hand and saluting him with the same gesture.
Why, it is with him I am also going to fight,
said Porthos.
But not before 1 o'clock,
replied D'Artagnan.
And I also am to fight with this gentleman,
said Aramis, coming in his turn on to the place.
But not until 2 o'clock,
said D'Artagnan with the same calmness.
But what are you going to fight about, Athos?
asked Aramis.
Faith, I don't very well know. He hurt my shoulder. And you, Porthos?
Faith, I am going to fight, because I am going to fight,
answered Porthos, reddening. Athos, whose keen eye lost nothing, perceived a faintly sly smile pass over the lips of the young Gascon, as he replied,
We had a short discussion upon dress.
And you, Aramis?
asked Athos.
Oh, ours is a theological quarrel,
replied Aramis, making a sign to D'Artagnan to keep secret the cause of their duel. Athos indeed saw a second smile on the lips of D'Artagnan.
Indeed?
said Athos.
Yes, a passage of Saint Augustine, upon which we could not agree,
said the Gascon.
Decidedly, this is a clever fellow,
murmured Athos.
And now you are assembled, gentlemen,
said D'Artagnan.
Permit me to offer you my apologies.
At this word, apologies, a cloud passed over the brow of Athos. A haughty smile curled the lip of Porthos, and a negative sign was the reply of Aramis.
You do not understand me, gentlemen,
said D'Artagnan, throwing up his head, the sharp and bold lines of which were at the moment gilded by a bright ray of the sun.
I ask to be excused in case I should not be able to discharge my debt to all three. For Monsieur Athos has the right to kill me first, which must much diminish the face value of your bill, Monsieur Porthos, and render yours almost null, Monsieur Aramis. And now, gentlemen, I repeat, excuse me, but on that account only, and on guard!
At these words, with the most gallant air possible, D'Artagnan drew his sword. The blood had mounted to the head of D'Artagnan, and at that moment he would have drawn his sword against all the Musketeers in the kingdom as willingly as he now did against Athos, Porthos, and Aramis. It was 1:15 midday. The sun was in the zenith, and the spot chosen for the scene of the duel was exposed to its full ardor.
It is very hot,
said Athos, drawing his sword in its turn.
And yet I cannot take off my doublet, for I just now felt my wound begin to bleed again, and I should not like to annoy Monsieur with the sight of blood which he has not drawn from me himself.
That is true, Monsieur,
replied D'Artagnan.
And whether drawn by myself or another, I assure you I shall always view with regret the blood of so brave a gentleman. I will, therefore, fight in my doublet like yourself.
Come, enough of such compliments,
cried Porthos.
Remember, we are waiting for our turns.
Speak for yourself when you are inclined to utter such incongruities,
interrupted Aramis.
For my part, I think what they say is very well said, and quite worthy of two gentlemen.
When you please, monsieur,
said Athos, putting himself on guard.
I waited your orders,
said D'Artagnan, crossing swords. But scarcely had the two rapiers clashed when a company of the guards of his eminence, commanded by Monsieur de Jussac, turned the corner of the convent.
Guards!
The cardinal's guards!
cried Aramis and Porthos at the same time.
Sheathe your swords, gentlemen! Sheathe your swords!
But it was too late. The two combatants had been seen in a position which left no doubt of their intentions.
Halloo!
cried Jussac, advancing toward them and making a sign to his men to do likewise.
Halloo, Musketeers! Fighting here, are you? And the edicts, what has become of them?
You are very generous, gentlemen of the guards,
said Athos, full of rancor, for Jussac was one of the aggressors of the preceding day.
If we were to see you fighting, I can assure you that we would make no effort to prevent you. Leave us alone, then, and you will enjoy a little amusement without cost to yourselves.
Gentlemen,
said Jussac,
it is with great regret that I pronounce the thing impossible. Duty before everything. Sheathe, then, if you please, and follow us.
Monsieur,
said Aramis, parodying Jussac,
it would afford us great pleasure to obey your polite invitation, if it depended upon ourselves, but unfortunately the thing is impossible. Monsieur de Treville has forbidden it. Pass on your way, then. It is the best thing to do.
This raillery exasperated Jussac.
We will charge upon you, then,
said he,
if you disobey.
There are 5 of them,
said Athos,
and we are but 3. We shall be beaten again, and must die on the spot, for on my part I declare I will never appear again before the captain as a conquered man.
Athos, Porthos, and Aramis instantly drew near one another, while Jussac drew up his soldiers. This short interval was sufficient to determine D'Artagnan on the part he was to take. It was one of those events which decide the life of a man. It was a choice between the king and the cardinal. The choice made, it must be persisted in. To fight, that was to disobey the law. That was to risk his head. That was to make at one blow an enemy of a minister more powerful than the king himself. All this the young man perceived, and yet, to his praise we speak it, he did not hesitate a second. Turning toward Athos and his friends,
Gentlemen,
said he,
allow me to correct your words, if you please. You said you were but 3, but it appears to me we are 4.
But you are not one of us,
said Porthos.
That's true,
replied D'Artagnan.
I have not the uniform, but I have the spirit. My heart is that of a musketeer. I feel it, monsieur, and that impels me on.
Withdraw, young man,
cried Jussac, who doubtless, by his gestures and the expression of his countenance, had guessed D'Artagnan's design.
You may retire. We consent to that. Save your skin. Begone, quickly.
D'Artagnan did not budge.
Decidedly, you are a brave fellow,
said Athos, pressing the young man's hand.
Come, choose your part,
replied Jussac.
Well,
said Porthos to Aramis,
we must do something.
Monsieur is full of generosity,
said Athos, but all 3 reflected upon the youth of D'Artagnan, and dreaded his inexperience.
We should only be 3, one of whom is wounded, with the addition of a boy,
resumed Athos.
And yet it will not be the less said that we are 4 men.
Yes, but to yield,
said Porthos.
That is difficult,
replied Athos. D'Artagnan comprehended their irresolution.
Try me, gentlemen,
said he,
and I swear to you by my honor that I will not go hence if we are conquered.
What is your name, my brave fellow?
said Athos.
D'Artagnan, monsieur.
Well then, Athos, Porthos, Aramis, and D'Artagnan.
Forward!
cried Athos.
Come, gentlemen, have you decided?
cried Jussac for the 3rd time.
It is done, gentlemen,
said Athos.
And what is your choice?
asked Jussac.
We are about to have the honor of charging you,
replied Aramis, lifting his hat with one hand and drawing his sword with the other.
Ah, you resist, do you?
cried Jussac.
Blood! Does that astonish you?
And the 9 combatants rushed upon each other with a fury which, however, did not exclude a certain degree of method. Athos fixed upon a certain Cahusac, a favourite of the cardinal's. Porthos had Bicarat, and Aramis found himself opposed to 2 adversaries. As to D'Artagnan, he sprang toward Jussac himself. The heart of the young Gascon beat as if it would burst through his side, not from fear, God be thanked, he had not the shade of it, but with emulation. He fought like a furious tiger, turning 10 times round his adversary, and changing his ground and his guard 20 times. Jussac was, as was then said, a fine blade, and had had much practice. Nevertheless, it required all his skill to defend himself against an adversary who, active and energetic, departed every instant from received rules, attacking him on all sides at once, and yet parrying like a man who had the greatest respect for his own epidermis. This contest at length exhausted Jussac's patience. Furious at being held in check by one whom he had considered a boy, he became warm and began to make mistakes. D'Artagnan, who, though wanting in practice, had a sound theory, redoubled his agility. Jussac, anxious to put an end to this, springing forward, aimed a terrible thrust at his adversary, but the latter parried it, and while Jussac was recovering himself, glided like a serpent beneath his blade and passed his sword through his body. Jussac fell like a dead mass. D'Artagnan then cast an anxious and rapid glance over the field of battle. Aramis had killed one of his adversaries, but the other pressed him warmly. Nevertheless, Aramis was in a good situation and able to defend himself. Bicarat and Porthos had just made counter-hits. Porthos had received a thrust through his arm, and Bicarat one through his thigh, but neither of these 2 wounds was serious, and they only fought more earnestly. Athos, wounded anew by Cahusac, became evidently paler, but did not give way a foot. He only changed his sword hand and fought with his left hand. According to the laws of dueling at that period, D'Artagnan was at liberty to assist whom he pleased. While he was endeavoring to find out which of his companions stood in greatest need, he caught a glance from Athos. The glance was of sublime eloquence. Athos would have died rather than appeal for help, but he could look, and with that look ask assistance. D'Artagnan interpreted it. With a terrible bound, he sprang to the side of Cahusac, crying,
"To me, Monsieur Guardsman! I will slay you!"
Cahusac turned. It was time, for Athos, whose great courage alone supported him, sank upon his knee.
"Blood!"
cried he to D'Artagnan.
"Do not kill him, young man, I beg of you. I have an old affair to settle with him when I am cured and sound again. Disarm him only. Make sure of his sword. That's it. Very well done."
The exclamation was drawn from Athos by seeing the sword of Cahusac fly 20 paces from him. D'Artagnan and Cahusac sprang forward at the same instant, the one to recover, the other to obtain the sword. But D'Artagnan, being the more active, reached it first and placed his foot upon it. Cahusac immediately ran to the guardsman whom Aramis had killed, seized his rapier, and returned toward D'Artagnan. But on his way he met Athos, who, during his relief which D'Artagnan had procured him, had recovered his breath, and who, for fear that D'Artagnan would kill his enemy, wished to resume the fight. D'Artagnan perceived that it would be disobliging Athos not to leave him alone, and in a few minutes Cahusac fell with a sword thrust through his throat. At the same instant, Aramis placed his sword point on the breast of his fallen enemy and forced him to ask for mercy. There only then remained Porthos and Bicarat. Porthos made 1,000 flourishes, asking Bicarat what o'clock it would be, and offering him his compliments upon his brother's having just obtained a company in the regiment of Navarre. But, jest as he might, he gained nothing. Bicarat was one of those iron men who never fall dead. Nevertheless, it was necessary to finish. The watch might come up and take all the combatants, wounded or not, royalists or cardinals. Athos, Aramis, and D'Artagnan surrounded Bicarat and required him to surrender. Though alone against all, and with a wound in his thigh, Bicarat wished to hold out. But Jussac, who had risen upon his elbow, cried out to him to yield. Bicarat was a Gascon, as D'Artagnan was. He turned a deaf ear and contented himself with laughing, and between two parries, finding time to point to a spot of earth with his sword.
Here,
cried he, parodying a verse of the Bible.
Here will Baccarat die, for I only am left, and they seek my life.
But there are 4 against you. Leave off, I command you.
Ah, if you command me, that's another thing,
said Bicarat.
As you are my commander, it is my duty to obey.
And springing backward, he broke his sword across his knee to avoid the necessity of surrendering it, threw the pieces over the convent wall, and crossed his arms, whistling a cardinalist air. Bravery is always respected, even in an enemy. The musketeers saluted Bicarat with their swords, and returned them to their sheaths. D'Artagnan did the same. Then, assisted by Bicarat, the only one left standing, they bore Jussac, Cahusac, and one of Aramis's adversaries who was only wounded, under the porch of the convent. The 4th, as we have said, was dead. They then rang the bell, and, carrying away 4 swords out of 5, they took their road, intoxicated with joy, toward the hotel of Monsieur de Treville. They walked arm in arm, occupying the whole width of the street, and taking in every musketeer they met, so that in the end it became a triumphal march. The heart of D'Artagnan swam in delirium. He marched between Athos and Porthos, pressing them tenderly.
If I am not yet a musketeer,
said he to his new friends as he passed through the gateway of Monsieur de Treville's hotel.
At least I have entered upon my apprenticeship, haven't I?
End of The 3 Musketeers, chapters 4 and 5.
Story number 6 in Dramatic Reading Scene and Story Collection, Volume 6, The Yellow Sign by Robert W. Chambers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters: Mr. Scott, read by Gliss.
Tessie Reardon, read by Jenn Broda.
Thomas, read by Sonia.
Night Watchman, read by Rapunzelina.
The Minister, read by DC.
The Doctor, read by Winifred Assman.
Edith Carmichael, read by Shrimpfish.
Sylvia, read by Anne Boulay.
Let the red dawn surmise what we shall do when this blue starlight dies and all is through. 1. There are so many things which are impossible to explain. Why should certain chords in music make me think of the brown and golden tints of autumn foliage? Why should the mass of St. Cecilia bend my thoughts wandering among caverns whose walls blaze with ragged masses of virgin silver? What was it in the roar and turmoil of Broadway at 6 o'clock that flashed before my eyes the picture of a still Breton forest where sunlight filtered through spring foliage and Sylvia bent, half curiously, half tenderly, over a small green lizard, murmuring,
"To think that this also is a little ward of God."
When I first saw the watchman, his back was toward me. I looked at him indifferently until he went into the church. I paid no more attention to him than I had to any other man who lounged through Washington Square that morning, and when I shut my window and turned back into my studio, I had forgotten him. Late in the afternoon, the day being warm, I raised the window again and leaned out to get a sniff of air. A man was standing in the courtyard of the church, and I noticed him again with as little interest as I had that morning. I looked across the square to where the fountain was playing, and then, with my mind filled with vague impressions of trees, asphalt drives, and the moving groups of nursemaids and holiday-makers, I started to walk back to my easel. As I turned, my listless glance included the man below in the churchyard. His face was toward me now, and with a perfectly involuntary movement, I bent to see it. At the same moment he raised his head and looked at me. Instantly I thought of a coffin worm. Whatever it was about the man that repelled me, I did not know. but the impression of a plump white grave-worm was so intense and nauseating that I must have shown it in my expression, for he turned his puffy face away with a movement which made me think of a disturbed grub in a chestnut. I went back to my easel and motioned the model to resume her pose. After working a while, I was satisfied that I was spoiling what I had done as rapidly as possible, and I took up a palette knife and scraped the color out again. The flesh tones were sallow and unhealthy, and I did not understand how I could have painted such sickly color into a study which before that had glowed with healthy tones. I looked at Tessie. She had not changed, and the clear flush of health dyed her neck and cheeks as I frowned.
Is it something I've done?
She said. No, I've made a mess of this arm, and for the life of me I can't see how I came to paint such mud as that into the canvas, I replied.
Don't I pose well?
She insisted. Of course, perfectly.
Then it's not my fault.
No, it's my own.
I am very sorry,
she said. I told her she could rest while I applied rag and turpentine to the plague spot on my canvas, and she went off to smoke a cigarette and look over the illustrations in the Courrier Français. I did not know whether it was something in the turpentine or a defect in the canvas, but the more I scrubbed, the more that gangrene seemed to spread. I worked like a beaver to get it out, and yet the disease appeared to creep from limb to limb of the study before me. Alarmed, I strove to arrest it, but now the color on the breast changed, and the whole figure seemed to absorb the infection as a sponge soaks up water. Vigorously, I applied palette knife, turpentine, and scraper, thinking all the time what a séance I should hold with Duval, who had sold me the canvas. But soon I noticed that it was not the canvas which was defective, nor yet the colors of Edward. It must be the turpentine, I thought angrily. Or else my eyes have become so blurred and confused by the afternoon light that I can't see straight. I called Tessie, the model. She came and leaned over my chair, blowing rings of smoke into the air.
What have you been doing to it?
She exclaimed. Nothing, I growled. It must be this turpentine.
What a horrible color it is now,
she continued.
Do you think my flesh resembles green cheese?
No, I don't, I said angrily. Did you ever know me to paint like that before?
No, indeed.
Well, then?
It must be the turpentine or something,
she admitted. She slipped on a Japanese robe and walked to the window. I scraped and rubbed until I was tired, and finally picked up my brushes and hurled them through the canvas with a forcible expression, the tone alone of which reached Tessie's ears. Nevertheless, she promptly began.
That's it. Swear and act silly and ruin your brushes. You have been 3 weeks on that study, and now look. What's the good of ripping the canvas? What creatures artists are.
I felt about as much ashamed as I usually did after such an outbreak, and I turned the ruined canvas to the wall. Tessie helped me clean my brushes, and then danced away to dress. From the screen she regaled me with bits of advice concerning whole or partial loss of temper, until, thinking perhaps I had been tormented sufficiently, she came out to implore me to button her waist where she could not reach it on the shoulder.
Everything went wrong from the time you came back from the window and talked about that horrid-looking man you saw in the churchyard,
she announced. Yes, he probably bewitched the picture, I said, yawning. I looked at my watch.
It's after 6, I know,
said Tessie, adjusting her hat before the mirror. Yes, I replied. I didn't mean to keep you so long. I leaned out the window, but recoiled with disgust, for the young man with the pasty face stood below in the churchyard. Tessie saw my gesture of disapproval and leaned from the window.
Is that the man you don't like?
She whispered. I nodded.
I can't see his face, but he does look fat and soft. Some way or other,
she continued, turning to look at me.
He reminds me of a dream, an awful dream I had once. Or,
she mused, looking down at her shapely shoes.
Was it a dream after all?
How should I know? I smiled. Tessie smiled in reply.
You were in it,
she said.
So perhaps you might know something about it.
Tessie, I protested. Don't you dare flatter by saying that you dream about me.
But I did,
she insisted.
Shall I tell you about it?
Go ahead, I replied, lighting a cigarette. Tessie leaned back on the open windowsill and began very seriously.
One night last winter, I was lying in bed thinking about nothing at all in particular. I had been posing for you, and I was tired out, yet it seemed impossible for me to sleep. I heard the bells in the city ring 10, 11, and midnight. I must have fallen asleep about midnight, because I don't remember hearing the bells after that. It seemed to me that I had scarcely closed my eyes when I dreamed that something impelled me to go to the window. I rose, and raising the sash, leaned out. 25th Street was deserted as far as I could see. I began to be afraid. Everything outside seemed so black and uncomfortable. Then the sound of wheels in the distance came to my ears, and it seemed to me as though that was what I must wait for. Very slowly the wheels approached, and finally I could make out a vehicle moving along the street. It came nearer and nearer, and when it passed beneath my window, I saw it was a hearse. Then, as I trembled with fear, the driver turned and looked straight at me. When I awoke, I was standing by the open window shivering with cold, but the black-plumed hearse and the driver were gone. I dreamed this dream again in March last, and again awoke beside the open window. Last night the dream came again. You remember how it was raining? When I awoke, standing at the open window, my nightdress was soaked.
But where did I come into the dream? I asked.
You were in the coffin, but you were not dead.
In the coffin?
Yes.
How did you know? Could you see me?
No, I only knew you were there.
Had you been eating Welsh rarebits or lobster salad? I began, laughing, but the girl interrupted me with a frightened cry. Hello? What's up? I said as she shrank into the embrasure by the window.
The man below in the churchyard. He drove the hearse.
Nonsense, I said, but Tessie's eyes were wide with terror. I went to the window and looked out. The man was gone. Come, Tessie, I urged. Don't be foolish. You have posed too long. You are nervous.
Do you think I could forget that face?
She murmured.
3 times I saw the hearse pass below my window, and every time the driver turned and looked up at me. Oh, his face was so white and soft. It looked dead. It looked as if it had been dead a long time.
I induced the girl to sit down and swallow a glass of marsala. Then I sat down beside her and tried to give her some advice. Look here, Tessie, I said. You go to the country for a week or 2 and you'll have no more dreams about hearses. You pose all day, and when night comes, your nerves are upset. You can't keep this up. Then again, instead of going to bed when your day's work is done, you run off to picnics at Sulzer's Park, or go to the El Dorado or Coney Island, and when you come down here next morning, you are fagged out. There was no real hearse. There was a soft-shell crab dream. She smiled faintly.
What about the man in the churchyard?
Oh, he's only an ordinary, unhealthy, everyday creature.
As true as my name is Tessie Reardon, I swear to you, Mr. Scott, that the face of the man below in the churchyard is the face of the man who drove the hearse.
What of it? I said. It's an honest trade.
Then you think I did see the hearse?
Oh, I said diplomatically, if you really did, it might not be unlikely that the man below drove it. There's nothing in that. Tessie rose, unrolled her scented handkerchief, and taking a bit of gum from a knot in the hem, placed it in her mouth. Then, drawing on her gloves, she offered me her hand with a frank
"Good night, Mr. Scott,"
and walked out. 2. The next morning, Thomas, the bellboy, brought me the Herald and a bit of news. The church next door had been sold. I thanked heaven for it. Not that being a Catholic I had any repugnance for the congregation next door, but because my nerves were shattered by a blatant exhorter whose every word echoed through the aisle of the church as if it had been my own rooms, and who insisted on his R's with a nasal persistence which revolted my every instinct. Then, too, there was a fiend in human shape, an organist, who reeled off some of the grand old hymns with an interpretation of his own, and I longed for the blood of a creature who could play the doxology with an amendment of minor chords which one hears only in a quartet of very young undergraduates. I believe the minister was a good man, but when he bellowed,
"And the Lord said unto Moses, The Lord is a man of war. The Lord is his name. My wrath shall wax hot, and I will kill you with the sword."
I wondered how many centuries of purgatory it would take to atone for such a sin. "Who bought the property?" I asked Thomas.
"Nobody that I know, sir. They do say the gent what owns this here Hamilton Flats was looking at it. He might be a building more studios."
I walked to the window. The young man with the unhealthy face stood by the churchyard gate, and at the mere sight of him the same overwhelming repugnance took possession of me. "By the way, Thomas," I said, "who is that fellow down there?" Thomas sniffed.
"That there worm, sir? He's night watchman of the church, sir. He makes me tired of sitting out all night on them steps and looking at you, insultin' like. I'd a punched his head, sir. Beg pardon, sir."
"Go on, Thomas."
"One night a-comin' home with Harry, the other English boy, I sees him a-sittin' there on them steps. We had Molly and Jenn with us, sir, the two girls on the tray service, and he looks so insultin' at us that I up and says, 'What you looking at, you fat slug?' Beg pardon, sir, but that's how I says it, sir. Then he don't say nothin', and I says, 'Come out, and I'll punch that puddin'-head.' Then I opens the gate and goes in, but he don't say nothin', only looks insultin' like. Then I hits him one, but, ugh! His head was that cold and mushy, it'd sicken you to touch him."
"What did he do then?" I asked curiously.
"Him? Nothin'."
"And you, Thomas?" The young fellow flushed with embarrassment and smiled uneasily.
"Mr. Scott, sir, I ain't no coward, and I can't make it out at all why I run. I was in the 5th Lancers, sir, bugler at Tel Kebir, and was shot by the rebels."
"You don't mean to say you ran away?"
"Yes, sir, I run."
"Why?"
"That's just what I want to know, sir. I grabbed Molly and run, and the rest was as frightened as I."
"But what were they frightened at?" Thomas refused to answer for a while, but now my curiosity was aroused about the repulsive young man below, and I pressed him. 3 years' sojourn in America had not only modified Thomas's Cockney dialect, but had given him the American's fear of ridicule.
"You won't believe me, Mr. Scott, sir."
"Yes, I will."
"You'll laugh at me, sir."
"Nonsense!" He hesitated.
"Well, sir, it's God's truth that when I hit him, he grabbed me wrist, sir, and when I twisted his soft, mushy fist, one of his fingers come off in me hand."
The utter loathing and horror of Thomas's face must have been reflected in my own, for he added,
"It's awful, and now when I see him, I'll just go away. He makes me hell."
When Thomas had gone, I went to the window. The man stood beside the church railing with both hands on the gate, but I hastily retreated to my easel again, sickened and horrified, for I saw that the middle finger of his right hand was missing. At 9 o'clock, Tessie appeared and vanished behind the screen with a merry,
"Good morning, Mr. Scott."
When she had reappeared and taken her pose upon the model stand, I started a new canvas, much to her delight. She remained silent as long as I was on the drawing, but as soon as the scrape of the charcoal ceased and I took up my fixative, she began to chatter.
"Oh, I had such a lovely time last night. We went to Tony Pastor's."
"Who are we?" I demanded.
"Oh, Maggie, you know, Mr. White's model, and Pinky McCormick. We call her Pinky because she's got that beautiful red hair you artists like so much. And Lizzie Burke.
I sent a shower of spray from the fixative over the canvas and said, "Well, go on."
We saw Kelly and Baby Barnes, the skirt dancer, and all the rest. I made a mash.
Then you have gone back on me, Tessie. She laughed and shook her head.
He's Lizzie Burke's brother, Ed. He's a perfect gentleman.
I felt constrained to give her some parental advice concerning mashing, which she took with a bright smile.
Oh, I can take care of a strange mash,
she said, examining her chewing gum.
But Ed is different. Lizzie is my best friend.
Then she related how Ed had come back from the stocking mill in Lowell, Massachusetts, to find her and Lizzie grown up, and what an accomplished young man he was, and how he thought nothing of squandering $50 for ice cream and oysters to celebrate his entry as clerk into the woolen department of Macy's. Before she finished, I began to paint, and she resumed the pose, smiling and chattering like a sparrow. By noon, I had the study fairly well rubbed in, and Tessie came to look at it.
That's better,
she said. I thought so too, and ate my lunch with a satisfied feeling that all was going well. Tessie spread her lunch on a drawing table opposite me, and we drank our claret from the same bottle and lighted our cigarettes from the same match. I was very much attached to Tessie. I had watched her shoot up into a slender but exquisitely formed woman from a frail, awkward child. She had posed for me during the last 3 years, and among all my models, she was my favorite. It would have troubled me very much indeed had she become tough, or fly, as the phrase goes, but I never noticed any deterioration of her manner, and felt at heart that she was all right. She and I never discussed morals at all, and I had no intention of doing so, partly because I had none myself, and partly because I knew she would do what she liked in spite of me. Still, I did hope she would steer clear of complications, because I wished her well. And then, also, I had a selfish desire to retain the best model I had. I knew that mashing, as she termed it, had no significance with girls like Tessie, and that such things in America did not resemble in the least the same things in Paris. Yet, having lived with my eyes open, I also knew that somebody would take Tessie away some day, in one manner or another. And though I professed to myself that marriage was nonsense, I sincerely hoped that, in this case, there would be a priest at the end of the vista. I am a Catholic. When I listen to High Mass, when I sign myself, I feel that everything, including myself, is more cheerful, and when I confess, it does me good. A man who lives as much alone as I do must confess to somebody. Then again, Silvio's Catholic, and it was reason enough for me. But I was speaking of Tessie, which is very different. Tessie also was Catholic, and much more devout than I, so taking it all in all, I had little fear for my pretty model until she should fall in love. But then I knew that fate alone would decide her future for her, and I prayed inwardly that fate would keep her away from men like me, and throw into her path nothing but Ed Burke's and Jimmy McCormick's, bless her sweet face. Tessie sat blowing rings of smoke up to the ceiling and tinkling the ice in her tumbler. "Did you know that I also had a dream last night?" I observed.
Not about that man,
she laughed. Exactly. A dream similar to yours, only much worse. It was foolish and thoughtless of me to say this, but you know how little tact the average painter has. I must have fallen asleep about 10 o'clock, I continued, and after a while I dreamt that I awoke. So plainly did I hear the midnight bells, the wind in the tree branches, and the whistle of steamers from the bay, that even now I can scarcely believe I was not awake. I seemed to be lying in a box, which had a glass cover. Dimly I saw the street lamps as I passed, for I must tell you, Tessie, the box in which I reclined appeared to lie in a cushioned wagon, which jolted me over a stony pavement. After a while I became impatient and tried to move, but the box was too narrow. My hands were crossed on my breast, so I could not raise them to help myself. I listened, and then tried to call. My voice was gone. I could hear the trample of the horses attached to the wagon, and even the breathing of the driver. Then another sound broke upon my ears, like the raising of a window sash. I managed to turn my head a little, and found I could look not only through the glass cover of my box, but also through the glass panes in the side of the covered vehicle. I saw houses, empty and silent, with neither light nor life about any of them excepting one. In that house a window was open on the first floor, and a figure all in white stood looking down into the street. It was you. Tessie had turned her face away from me and leaned on the table with her elbow. I could see your face, I resumed, and it seemed to me to be very sorrowful. Then we passed on and turned into a narrow black lane. Presently the horses stopped. I waited and waited, closing my eyes with fear and impatience, but all was silent as the grave. After what seemed to me hours, I began to feel uncomfortable. A sense that somebody was close to me made me unclose my eyes. Then I saw the white face of the hearse driver looking at me through the coffin lid. A sob from Tessie interrupted me. She was trembling like a leaf. I saw I had made an ass of myself and attempted to repair the damage. "Why, Tess," I said, "I only told you this to show you what influence your story might have on another person's dreams. You don't suppose I really lay in a coffin, do you? What are you trembling for? Don't you see that your dream and my unreasonable dislike for that inoffensive watchman of the church simply set my brain working as soon as I fell asleep?" She laid her head between her arms and sobbed as if her heart would break. What a precious triple donkey I had made of myself. But I was about to break my record. I went over and put my arm about her. "Tessie, dear, forgive me," I said. "I had no business to frighten you with such nonsense. You are too sensible a girl, too good a Catholic to believe in dreams." Her hand tightened on mine, and her head fell back upon my shoulder, but she still trembled, and I petted her and comforted her. "Come, Tess, open your eyes and smile." Her eyes opened with a slow, languid movement and met mine, but their expression was so queer that I hastened to reassure her again. "It's all humbug, Tessie. You surely are not afraid that any harm will come to you because of that?"
"No,"
she said, but her scarlet lips quivered. "Then what's the matter? Are you afraid?"
"Yes. Not for myself.
"For me, then?" I demanded gaily.
For you.
She murmured in a voice almost inaudible.
I care for you."
At first, I started to laugh, but when I understood her, a shock passed through me, and I sat like one turned to stone. This was the crowning bit of idiocy I had committed. During the moment which elapsed between her reply and my answer, I thought of 1,000 responses to that innocent confession. I could pass it by with a laugh, I could misunderstand her and assure her as to my health, I could simply point out that it was impossible she could love me. But my reply was quicker than my thoughts, and I might think and think now when it was too late, for I had kissed her on the mouth. That evening I took my usual walk in Washington Park, pondering over the occurrences of the day. I was thoroughly committed. There was no back out now, and I stared the future straight in the face. I was not good or even scrupulous, but I had no idea of deceiving either myself or Tessie. The one passion of my life lay buried in the sunlit forests of Brittany. Was it buried forever? Hope cried, "No!" For 3 years I had been listening to the voice of hope, and for 3 years I had waited for a footstep on my threshold. Had Sylvia forgotten? "No!" cried hope. I said that I was no good. That is true, but still I was not exactly a comic opera villain. I had led an easy-going, reckless life, taking what invited me of pleasure, deploring and sometimes bitterly regretting consequences. In one thing alone, except my painting, was I serious, and that was something which lay hidden, if not lost, in the Breton forests. It was too late for me to regret what had occurred during the day. Whatever it had been, pity, a sudden tenderness for sorrow, or the more brutal instinct of gratified vanity, it was all the same now. And unless I wished to bruise an innocent heart, my path lay marked before me. The fire and strength, the depth of passion of a love which I had never even suspected, with all my imagined experience in the world, left me no alternative but to respond or send her away. Whether because I am so cowardly about giving pain to others, or whether it was that I have little of the gloomy Puritan in me, I do not know, but I shrank from disclaiming responsibility for that thoughtless kiss, and in fact had no time to do so before the gates of her heart opened and the flood poured forth. Others, who habitually do their duty, and find the sullen satisfaction in making themselves and everybody else unhappy, might have withstood it. I did not. I dared not. After the storm had abated, I did tell her that she might better have loved Ed Burke and worn a plain gold ring, but she would not hear of it, and I thought perhaps, as long as she had decided to love somebody she could not marry, it had better be me. I, at least, could treat her with an intelligent affection, and whenever she became tired of her infatuation, she could go, none the worse for it. For I was decided on that point, although I knew how hard it would be. I remembered the usual termination of platonic liaisons, and thought how disgusted I had been whenever I heard of one. I knew I was undertaking a great deal for so unscrupulous a man as I was, and I dreamed the future, but never for one moment did I doubt that she was safe with me. Had it been anybody but Tessie, I should not have bothered my head about scruples, for it did not occur to me to sacrifice Tessie as I would have sacrificed a woman of the world. I looked the future squarely in the face, and saw the several probable endings to the affair. She would either tire of the whole thing, or become so unhappy that I should have either to marry her or go away. If I married her, we would be unhappy. I with a wife unsuited to me, and she with a husband unsuitable for any woman. For my past life could scarcely entitle me to marry. If I went away, she might either fall ill, recover, and marry some Eddie Burke, or she might recklessly or deliberately go and do something foolish. On the other hand, if she tired of me, then her whole life would be before her, with beautiful vistas of Eddie Burkes and marriage rings and twins and Harlem flats and heaven knows what. As I strolled along through the trees by the Washington Arch, I decided that she should find a substantial friend in me anyway, and the future could take care of itself. Then I went into the house and put on my evening dress, for the little faintly perfumed note on my dresser said,
"Have a cab at the stage door at 11.
And the note was signed,
Edith Carmichael, Metropolitan Theatre.
I took supper that night, or rather we took supper, Miss Carmichael and I, at Solari's, and the dawn was just beginning to gild the cross on the memorial church as I entered Washington Square after leaving Edith at the Brunswick. There was not a soul in the park as I passed along the trees and took the walk which leads from the Garibaldi statue to the Hamilton apartment house, but as I passed the churchyard, I saw a figure sitting on the stone steps. In spite of myself, a chill crept over me at the sight of the white puffy face, and I hastened to pass. Then he said something which might have been addressed to me, or might merely have been a mutter to himself. But a sudden furious anger flamed up within me that such a creature should address me. For an instant I felt like wheeling about and smashing my stick over his head, but I walked on, and entering the Hamilton, went to my apartment. For some time I tossed about the bed, trying to get the sound of his voice out of my ears, but could not. It filled my head, that muttering sound, like thick oily smoke from a fat-rendering vat, or an odor of noisome decay. And as I lay and tossed about, the voice in my ears seemed more distinct, and I began to understand the words he had muttered. They came to me slowly, as if I had forgotten them, and at last I could make some sense out of the sounds. It was this.
Have you found the yellow sign? Have you found the yellow sign? Have you found the yellow sign?
I was furious. What did he mean by that? Then, with a curse upon him and his, I rolled over and went to sleep, but when I awoke later I looked pale and haggard, for I had dreamed the dream of the night before, and it troubled me more than I cared to think. I dressed and went down into my studio. Tessie sat by the window, but as I came in she rose and put both arms around my neck for an innocent kiss. She looked so sweet and dainty that I kissed her again, and then sat down before the easel. "Hello, where's the study I began yesterday?" I asked. Tessie looked conscious, but did not answer. I began to hunt among the piles of canvases, saying, "Hurry up, Tess, and get ready. We must take advantage of the morning light." When at last I gave up the search among the other canvases and turned to look around the room for the missing study, I noticed Tessie standing by the screen with her clothes still on. "What's the matter?" I asked. "Don't you feel well?"
Yes.
Then hurry.
Do you want me to pose as I have always posed?
Then I understood. Here was a new complication. I had lost, of course, the best nude model I had ever seen. I looked at Tessie. Her face was scarlet. Alas, alas! We had eaten of the tree of knowledge, and Eden and native innocence were dreams of the past. I mean, for her. I suppose she noticed the disappointment on my face, for she said,
I will pose if you wish. The study is behind the screen here where I put it.
No, I said. We will begin something new. And I went into my wardrobe and picked out a Moorish costume which fairly blazed with tinsel. It was a genuine costume, and Tessie retired to the screen with it, enchanted. When she came forth again, I was astonished. Her long black hair was bound above her forehead with a circlet of turquoises, and the ends curled about her glittering girdle. Her feet were encased in the embroidered pointed slippers, and the skirt of her costume, curiously wrought with arabesques in silver, fell to her ankles. The deep metallic blue vest embroidered with silver and the short Mauresque jacket spangled and sewn with turquoises became her wonderfully. She came up to me and held up her face, smiling. I slipped my hand into my pocket and, drawing out a gold chain with a cross attached, dropped it over her head. "It's yours, Tessie."
Mine?
She faltered. "Yours. Now go and pose." Then, with a radiant smile, she ran behind the screen and presently reappeared with a little box on which was written my name.
I had intended to give it to you when I went home tonight,
she said.
But I can't wait now.
I opened the box. On the pink cotton inside lay a clasp of black onyx, on which was inlaid a curious symbol or letter in gold. It was neither Arabic nor Chinese, nor, as I found afterwards, did it belong to any human script.
It's all I had to give you for a keepsake,
she said timidly. I was annoyed, but I told her how much I should prize it and promised to wear it always. She fastened it on my coat beneath the lapel. "How foolish, Tess, to go and buy me such a beautiful thing as this," I said.
I didn't buy it,
she laughed. "Where did you get it?" Then she told me how she had found it one day while coming from the aquarium in the Battery, how she had advertised it and watched the papers, but at last gave up all hopes of finding the owner.
That was last winter,
she said.
The very day I had the first horrid dream about the hearse.
I remembered my dream of the previous night, but said nothing. And presently my charcoal was flying over a new canvas, and Tessie stood motionless on the model stand. 3. The day following was a disastrous one for me. While moving a framed canvas from one easel to another, my foot slipped on the polished floor, and I fell heavily on both wrists. They were so badly sprained that it was useless to attempt to hold a brush, and I was obliged to wander about the studio, glaring at unfinished drawings and sketches, until despair seized me and I sat down to smoke and twiddle my thumbs with rage. The rain blew against the windows and rattled on the roof of the church, driving me into a nervous fit with its interminable patter. Tessie sat sewing by the window, and every now and then raised her head and looked at me with such innocent compassion that I began to feel ashamed of my irritation and looked about for something to occupy me. I had read all the papers and all the books in the library, but for the sake of something to do, I went to the bookcases and shoved them open with my elbow. I knew every volume by its color and examined them all, passing slowly around the library and whistling to keep up my spirits. I was turning to go into the dining room when my eye fell upon a book bound in serpent skin, standing in a corner of the top shelf of the last bookcase. I did not remember it, and from the floor could not decipher the pale lettering on the back, so I went to the smoking room and called Tessie. She came in from the studio and climbed up to reach the book. "What is it?" I asked.
The King in Yellow.
I was dumbfounded. Who had placed it there? How came it in my rooms? I had long ago decided that I should never open that book, and nothing on earth could have persuaded me to buy it. Fearful lest curiosity might tempt me to open it, I had never even looked at it in bookstores. If I ever had had any curiosity to read it, the awful tragedy of young Castaigne, whom I knew, prevented me from exploring its wicked pages. I had always refused to listen to any description of it, and indeed nobody ever ventured to discuss the second part aloud, so I had absolutely no knowledge of what those leaves might reveal. I stared at the poisonous mottled binding as I would at a snake. "Don't touch it, Tessie," I said. "Come down." Of course my admonition was enough to arouse her curiosity. and before I could prevent it, she took the book and, laughing, danced off into the studio with it. I called to her, but she slipped away with a tormenting smile at my helpless hands, and I followed her with some impatience. "Tessie!" I cried, entering the library. "Listen, I am serious. Put that book away. I do not wish you to open it." The library was empty. I went into both drawing rooms, then into the bedrooms, laundry, kitchen, and finally returned to the library and began a systematic search. She had hidden herself so well that it was half an hour later when I discovered her crouching white and silent by the latticed window in the storeroom above. At the first glance I saw she had been punished for her foolishness. The King in Yellow lay at her feet, but the book was open at the second part. I looked at Tessie and saw it was too late. She had opened The King in Yellow. Then I took her by the hand and led her into the studio. She seemed dazed, and when I told her to lie down on the sofa, she obeyed me without a word. After a while she closed her eyes, and her breathing became regular and deep, but I could not determine whether or not she slept. For a long while I sat silently beside her, but she neither stirred nor spoke, and at last I rose and, entering the unused storeroom, took the book in my least injured hand. It seemed heavy as lead, but I carried it into the studio again, and sitting down on the rug beside the sofa, opened it and read it through from beginning to end. When, faint with excess of my emotions, I dropped the volume and leaned wearily back against the sofa, Tessie opened her eyes and looked at me. We had been speaking for some time in a dull, monotonous strain before I realized that we were discussing The King in Yellow. Oh, the sin of writing such words, words which are clear as crystal, limpid and musical as bubbling springs, words which sparkle and glow like the poisoned diamonds of the Medicis. Oh, the wickedness, the hopeless damnation of a soul who could fascinate and paralyze human creatures with such words, words understood by the ignorant and wise alike, words which are more precious than jewels, more soothing than music, more awful than death. We talked on, unmindful of the gathering shadows, and she was begging me to throw away the clasp of black onyx quaintly inlaid with what we now knew to be the yellow sign. I never shall know why I refused, though even at this hour, here in my bedroom as I write this confession, I should be glad to know what it was that prevented me from tearing the yellow sign from my breast and casting it into the fire. I am sure I wished to do so, and yet Tessie pleaded with me in vain. Night fell, and the hours dragged on, but still we murmured to each other of the king and the pallid mask, and midnight sounded from the misty spires in the fog-wrapped city. We spoke of Hastur and of Casilda, while outside the fog rolled against the blank window panes as the cloud waves roll and break on the shores of Hali. The house was very silent now, and not a sound came up from the misty streets. Tessie lay among the cushions, her face a grey blot in the gloom, but her hands were clasped in mine, and I knew that she knew and read my thoughts as I read hers, for we had understood the mystery of the Hyades, and the phantom of truth was laid. Then, as we answered each other swiftly, silently, thought on thought, the shadows stirred in the gloom about us, and far in the distant streets we heard a sound. Nearer and nearer it came, the dull crunching of wheels, nearer and yet nearer, and now outside before the door it ceased, and I dragged myself to the window and saw a black-plumed hearse. The gate below opened and shut, and I crept shaking to my door and bolted it, but I knew no bolts, no locks could keep that creature out who was coming for the yellow sign. And now I heard him moving very softly along the hall. Now he was at the door, and the bolts rotted at his touch. Now he had entered. With eyes starting from my head, I peered into the darkness, but when he came into the room I did not see him. It was only when I felt him envelop me in his cold, soft grasp that I cried out and struggled with deadly fury, but my hands were useless, and he tore the onyx clasp from my coat and struck me full in the face. Then, as I fell, I heard Tessie's soft cry, and her spirit fled, and even while falling I longed to follow her, for I knew that the King in Yellow had opened his tattered mantle, and there was only God to cry to now. I could tell more, but I cannot see what help it will be to the world. As for me, I am past human help or hope. As I lie here, writing, careless even whether or not I die before I finish, I can see the doctor gathering up his powders and vials with a vague gesture to the good priest beside me, which I understand. They will be very curious to know the tragedy. They of the outside world who write books and print millions of newspapers, but I shall write no more, and the Father Confessor will seal my last words with the seal of sanctity when his holy office is done. They of the outside world may send their creatures into wrecked homes and death-smitten firesides, and their newspapers will batten on blood and tears, but with me their spies must halt before the confessional. They know that Tessie is dead, and that I am dying. They know how the people in the house, aroused by an infernal scream, rushed into my room and found one living and 2 dead, but they do not know what I shall tell them now. They do not know that the doctor said, as he pointed to a horrible decomposed heap on the floor, the livid corpse of the watchman from the church.
I have no theory, no explanation. That man must have been dead for months.
I think that I am dying. I wish the priest would. End of The Yellow Sign by Robert W. Chambers.
Story number 7 in Dramatic Reading Scene in Story Collection Volume 6. Rapunzel by Andrew Lang. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cast of characters.
Rapunzel, read by Hot Tot 5.
Prince, read by Petra Elphinstone.
Old Witch, read by Shrimpfish.
Father, read by Jim Hedrick.
Mother, read by Mariella.
Narrator, read by Kylie 6Q. Once upon a time, there lived a man and his wife who were very unhappy because they had no children. These good people had a little window at the back of their house, which looked into the most lovely garden, full of all manner of beautiful flowers and vegetables. But the garden was surrounded by a high wall, and no one dared to enter it, for it belonged to a witch of great power, who was feared by the whole world. One day, the woman stood at the window overlooking the garden, and saw there a bed full of the finest rampion. The leaves looked so fresh and green that she longed to eat them. The desire grew day by day, and just because she knew she couldn't possibly get any, she pined away and became quite pale and wretched. Then her husband grew alarmed and said,
"What ails you, dear wife?"
"Oh,"
she answered,
"if I don't get some rampion to eat out of the garden behind the house, I know I shall die."
The man, who loved her dearly, thought to himself,
"Come, rather than let your wife die, you shall fetch her some rampion, no matter the cost."
So he climbed over the wall into the witch's garden, and, hastily gathering a handful of rampion leaves, he returned with them to his wife. She made them into a salad, which tasted so good that her longing for the forbidden food was greater than ever. If she were to know any peace of mind, there was nothing for it but that her husband should climb back over the garden wall again and fetch her some more. So at dusk over he got, but when he reached the other side, he drew back in terror, for there, standing before him, was the old witch.
"How dare you?"
she said with a wrathful glance.
"Climb into my garden and steal my rampion like a common thief. You shall suffer for your foolhardiness."
"Oh,"
he implored,
"pardon my presumption. Necessity alone drove me to the deed. My wife saw your rampion from her window and conceived such a desire for it that she would certainly have died if her wish had not been gratified."
Then the witch's anger was a little appeased, and she said,
If it's as you say, you may take as much rampion away with you as you like, but on one condition only, that you give me the child your wife will shortly bring into the world. All shall go well with it, and I will look after it like a mother."
The man in his terror agreed to everything she asked, and as soon as the child was born, the witch appeared, and having given it the name of Rapunzel, which is the same as the rampion, she carried it off with her. Rapunzel was the most beautiful child under the sun. When she was 12 years old, the witch shut her up in a tower in the middle of a great wood, and the tower had neither stairs nor doors, only high up at the very top a small window. When the old witch wanted to get in, she stood underneath it and called out,
"Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your golden hair."
For Rapunzel had wonderful long hair, and it was as fine as spun gold. Whenever she heard the witch's voice, she unloosed her plaits and let her hair fall down out of the window about 20 yards below, and the old witch climbed up by it. After they had lived like this for a few years, it happened one day that a prince was riding through the wood and passed by the tower. As he drew near, he heard someone singing so sweetly that he stood still spellbound and listened. It was Rapunzel in her loneliness, trying to while away the time by letting her sweet voice ring out into the wood. The prince longed to see the owner of the voice, but he sought in vain for a door to the tower. He rode home, but he was so haunted by the song he had heard that he returned every day to the wood and listened. One day, when he was standing thus behind a tree, he saw the old witch approach and heard her call out,
"Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your golden hair."
Then Rapunzel let down her plaits, and the witch climbed up by them.
"So that's the staircase, is it?"
said the prince.
"Then I too will climb it and try my luck."
So on the following day at dusk, he went to the foot of the tower and cried,
"Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your golden hair."
And as soon as she had let it down, the prince climbed up. At first, Rapunzel was terribly frightened when a man came in, for she had never seen one before. But the prince spoke to her so kindly, and told her at once that his heart had been so touched by her singing that he felt he should know no peace of mind till he had seen her. Very soon Rapunzel forgot her fear, and when he asked her to marry him, she consented at once.
"For,"
she thought,
"he is young and handsome, and I'll certainly be happier with him than the old witch."
So she put her hand in his and said,
"Yes, I will gladly go with you, only how am I to get down out of the tower? Every time you come to see me, you must bring a skein of silk with you, and I will make a ladder of them, and when it is finished I will climb down by it, and you will take me away on your horse."
They arranged that till the ladder was ready, he was to come to her every evening because the old woman was with her during the day. The old witch, of course, knew nothing of what was going on, till one day Rapunzel, not thinking of what she was about, turned to the witch and said,
"How is it, good mother, that you are so much harder to pull up than the young prince? He is always with me in a moment."
"Oh, you wicked child!"
cried the witch.
"What is this I hear? I thought I had hidden you safely from the whole world, and in spite of it you have managed to deceive me."
In her wrath, she seized Rapunzel's beautiful hair, wound it round and round her left hand, and then grasping a pair of scissors in her right, snip, snap, off it came, and the beautiful plaits lay on the ground. And worse than this, she was so hard-hearted that she took Rapunzel to a lonely desert place, and there left her to live in loneliness and misery. But on the evening of the day which she had seen the poor Rapunzel away, the witch fastened the plaits to a hook on the window, and when the prince came and called out,
"Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your golden hair,"
she let them down, and the prince climbed up as usual. But instead of his beloved Rapunzel, he found the old witch, who fixed her evil glittering eyes on him and cried mockingly,
You thought to find your lady love, but the pretty bird has flown, and its song is dumb. The cat caught it, and will scratch out your eyes, too. Rapunzel is lost to you forever. You will never see her more.
The prince was beside himself with grief, and in his despair he jumped right down from the tower, and though he escaped with his life, the thorns among which he fell pierced his eyes out. Then he wandered, blind and miserable, through the wood, eating nothing but roots and berries, and weeping and lamenting the loss of his lovely bride. So he wandered about for some years, as wretched and unhappy as he could well be, and at last he came to the desert place where Rapunzel was living. Of a sudden he heard a voice which seemed strangely familiar to him. He walked eagerly in the direction of the sound, and when he was quite close, Rapunzel recognized him and fell on his neck and wept. But 2 of her tears touched his eyes, and in a moment they became quite clear again, and he saw as well as he had ever done. And he led her into his kingdom, where they were received and welcomed with great joy, and they lived happily ever after. End of Rapunzel by Andrew Lang. Story 8 and Dramatic Reading Scene in Story Collection, Volume 6. Sir Christopher Cockleshell by E. Nesbit. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cast of Characters. Narrator, read by Kylie 6Q.
Phyllis, read by Awen Bree.
Housemaid, read by Jenn Broda.
Maybelle, read by Shrimpfish.
Guy, read by Petra Elphinstone.
Mrs. Filkins, read by Mama Fish.
Sir Christopher Cockleshell, read by Chris Egging.
Father, read by Brian Fullen.
Sir Christopher Cockleshell. The children called him Sir Christopher Cockleshell. Sir, in token of respect for his grey hairs and noble-looking face. Christopher, because he had once carried Mabel across the road on a very muddy day, when thunder showers and parish water carts had both been particularly busy. And Cockleshell, because of the house he lived in. It was a most wonderful house, like the gateway of an old castle. It had a big arch in the middle and a window over the arch, and there were windows too, in the towers on each side of the arch. All along the top were in and out battlements. It had been covered with white plaster once, but the flakes of this had fallen away and showed the pinky bricks underneath. But the oddest thing about the house was the trimming that ran all around the bottom story about the height of a tall man. This trimming was of oyster shells and cockle shells and mussel shells and whelk shells and scallop shells, all stuck on the wall of the house in patterns. It was a very wonderful house indeed, and the children always tried to go past it on their way to everywhere. The children themselves lived in a large, square, ordinary brown brick house among the other ordinary brown brick houses. Their house had a long garden with tall trees in it, and so had the other houses. Looking out of the box-room window was always like looking down on the top of a green forest, Phyllis always thought. Only now, of course, the trees were not green anymore because it was nearly Christmas.
I wish Sir Christopher had a garden to his house,
said Phyllis one day to the new housemaid.
There used to be a pleasure gardens there. I've heard Father tell,
said the new housemaid.
Quite a big gardens it was. The gent as owned it was as rich, kept his carriages and butlers and all. But when his son came into the property, he sold the gardens for building on, and only kept the gatehouse, the grotto as they calls it. And there he's lived ever since in quite a poor way. Nasty old miser. That's what he is.
He may be a miser,
said Phyllis.
But he's not nasty. He carried Mabel as kind as could be.
Have you ever spoke to him since?
Demanded the housemaid.
No,
said Phyllis.
He always smiles at us, but he's always in a hurry.
That's it,
said the housemaid.
He's afraid to let anyone inside of his house, fear they should get to see all the sacks of money he's got there. And he pokes about and picks things out of the gutters, so he won't get to know anyone. My young brother, he knocked at the door once to arst for a drink of water, thought he'd get a squint at the inside of the house while the old chap was gone to draw it. But he shuts the door in Elf's face and only opens it a crack to hand him the mug through.
It was kind of him to give your brother the water,
said Phyllis.
Elf didn't want the water,
said Alf's sister.
He just had a lemonade at the paper shop.
Phyllis had often wanted to do something kind for Sir Christopher, but she could not think of anything that wasn't just as likely to annoy him as to please him. If she had known when his birthday was, she would have put a birthday card under his door. But no one can be pleased at having a card with "Bright be thy natal morn" on it, when really the natal morn was quite a different date. She would have taken him flowers at the time when the Delilahs and sunflowers grew at the end of the garden, but perhaps he would not like the bother of putting them in water, and if he was really poor, and not a miser, as Jane said, he might not have a vase or jug to put them in. And now it was Christmas time. Guy was home for the holidays, and that was splendid. But on the other hand, Mother and Father had to go down to Granny, who was ill, so there would be no real Christmas in the brown house.
But I'll tell you what,
said Phyllis.
There's the Christmas tree for poor children at the schools. Suppose we were to make some things for that, buy some and go down and help decorate. Mother said we might.
Guy was rather clever with his fingers, and we all like doing what we can do really well, and he did not make such a fuss over making things as some boys do. He could make dolls' furniture out of pins and wool, and armchairs out of the breastbones of geese, only there are so seldom enough breastbones of geese to make a complete set of furniture. There was nearly a week to make things in, and long before its end the schoolroom began to look like a bazaar. There were little boxes of sweets covered with silver paper, and scrapbooks made of postcards covered with red calico, and some little dolls that the girls dressed, as well as all of the things that guys made.
"How ravishingly beautiful!"
said Mabel, when the shiny, shimmery, real Christmas tree things bought at the shop were spread out with the others. The day before Christmas Eve the children were very happy indeed, although they had to be made thoroughly tidy before Jane would allow them to go down to the school. And being thoroughly tidy, as you know, often means a lot of soap in your eyes and having your nails cleaned by someone who does not know you as well as you do, where the nail leaves off and the real you begins. They went to the side door of the school and left the baskets and bundles of pretty things in the porch and went in. The big Christmas tree was there, but it was just a plain fir tree so far, nothing Christmassy about it, except that it was planted in a tub.
"How do you do?"
said Guy, very politely to the stout lady in a bonnet with black beads and a violet feather.
"I'm so glad we're in time."
"What for?"
said the stout lady.
"The tree's not till tomorrow. Run away, little boy."
"Oh, Mrs. Filkins,"
said Phyllis.
"He's not a little boy. He's Guy. Don't you remember him?"
"I remember him in petticoats,"
said Mrs. Filkins.
"He's grown. Good afternoon."
"Mother said,"
said Guy, keeping his temper beautifully,
"that we might come and help."
"Very kind of your mother to arrange it like that, but I happen to be in charge of the tree, and I don't want any outside assistance."
The children turned away without a word. When they got outside, Guy said,
"I hate Mrs. Filkins."
"We oughtn't to hate anybody,"
said Mabel.
"She isn't anybody, at least not anybody in particular,"
said Phyllis.
"I've heard Father say so. She wouldn't have been such a pig to us if she had known what we bought for the tree,"
said Phyllis.
"I'm glad she didn't know. I wish we hadn't done the things at all,"
said Guy.
"It's always the way if you try to do good to others."
"It isn't,"
said the others indignantly.
You know it isn't.
That's right,
said Guy aggravatingly.
Let's begin to quarrel about it. Us. That would just please her. Let's drop the whole lot into the canal and say no more about it.
Oh no!
Cried both the girls together, clutching their precious parcels they carried.
But what's the good?
Said Guy.
We don't know anyone who's got a Christmas tree to give them to.
Phyllis stopped short on the pavement, struck motionless by an idea.
I know,
she said.
We'll have a tree of our very own.
What's the good if there's no one to see it?
We'll ask someone to see it.
Who?
Sir Christopher.
The daring and romance of this idea charmed even Guy, but he thought it would be better not to ask Sir Christopher to come to their house.
Servants are so odd,
he said.
They might be rude to him, or something. No, we'll get it ready, and then we'll wheel it round after dark and ask him to let us light it in his yard. Then he won't think we're trying to pry into his house.
Half an hour later, Guy staggered in, bearing a fir tree.
Only 9pence,
he said.
It's a bit lopsided, but we can tie ivy on or something to make that right. I'm glad that old cat wouldn't let us help. It's much jollier like this.
The tree was planted in a pot that a dead azalea had lived in, and Mrs. Filkins was always quite forgotten of the joy of trimming their own tree. Besides, the things they had made there were the lovely things they had brought, stars and flags and a sugar bird and a cage with a yellow bird in it, and a glass boat with glass sails, and a blue china bird with a tail spun of glass. And Guy went out and borrowed a wheelbarrow from the gardener who cut their grass when it was cut. And when the tree was trimmed, he and Phyllis carried it downstairs. The top branch with the star on it got banged against the banisters, and the side branch got into Guy's eye, and Phyllis's thumb got jammed between the pot and the banister rail. But what are trifles like these in an adventure like this? They got the tree out of the front door without being seen by the servants, a real triumph. And they stood the pot in the barrow and started to wheel it out of the front gate, but directly they lifted the handles of the barrow, the floor of it naturally ceased to be straight, and the flower pot toppled over and cracked itself slightly against the side of the barrow, while the boughs of the tree, with their gay decorations, took the opportunity to entangle themselves in the bad-tempered leaves of the holly that stood there, and were disengaged with difficulty. Then the pot refused to stand up, and at last it had to be laid down in the barrow, with its shiny treasures dangling over the front wheel. Then the barrow was extremely heavy, even without the tree in it, and the children did not go the nearest way to the grotto, because they did not want to meet people, so they were thoroughly tired and extremely hot by the time they approached Sir Christopher Cockleshell's castle. There was a bit of waste land close to it, where someone had once begun to build a house and then thought better of it. A bit of this house's wall was standing on either side of the space where its front door would have been if it had ever come to the point of having one. They wheeled the barrow in, and the light of a street lamp that obligingly shone through the door space made it possible for them to then disentangle the little strings that had got twisted around each other, to disengage the gilt fish from the sugar-bird cage, and to take the glass bird out of the goose-bone armchair in which it was trying to sit. Also, they set up all the candles, 6 dozen of them. This is done with tin tacks, as no doubt you know.
Now,
said Guy,
one of us must go and ask if he'll let us light it in his yard, and one of us must wait here with the tree.
What about me?
Said Mabel.
You can do what you like,
said Guy.
I want to do both,
said Mabel.
I want to stay with the pretty tree, and I want to go and ask him if he wants us.
Mabel was still too small to understand thoroughly how hard it is, even for a grown-up person, to be in 2 places at once. It ended in Guy's staying with the tree.
In case of attacks by boys,
he said.
Then I shall go with Phyllis,
said Mabel. Both girls felt their hearts go quite pitter-pattery when at last they stood on the doorstep of the castle.
Why don't you knock?
Mabel asked.
I don't like to,
said Phyllis. Mabel instantly knocked very loudly with a wooden 9-pin ball that she happened to have in her pocket.
Oh, I wish you hadn't,
said Phyllis.
I wanted to think what to say first, and now there's no time.
There certainly was not. The door opened a cautious inch, and the voice said,
Who's there?
It's us,
said Phyllis.
Please, we don't want to pry into your beautiful house like Jane's brother Alf when he asked you for a drink of water, only we've made up a Christmas tree, and may we stand in your yard and light it? The candles, I mean.
The door opened a little further, and a face looked out. The face, of course, of Sir Christopher. All the house that showed through the crack of the door didn't, as Mabel said afterwards, show at all, because it was pitch dark.
I don't quite understand,
said Sir Christopher gently. Phyllis was a little surprised to find that the voice was what she called a gentleman's voice.
You were so kind carrying Mab across the road that water carty day when it thundered.
Oh, it's you, is it?
He said.
Yes, it's us, and they wouldn't let us help with the school tree, and so we made one of our own. Then we wanted someone to see it. And we thought of you because you don't seem to have many friends, and we thought, well, we'll take it home again if you don't care about it.
She stopped, just on the right side of tears.
There's a glass bird with a spun lovely tail,
said Mabel persuasively.
And sweets, and fishes, and a crocodile that goes waggle-waddle when you wind him up.
My dears,
said Sir Christopher, and cleared his throat.
My dears,
He began again, and then he stopped.
We'll go away, if you'd rather,
said Phyllis, and sniffed miserably.
No,
he said.
No, I was only thinking. I never thought. Would you like to bring the tree into the house? It's just the sort of thing my little girl always liked.
Oh, yes,
said Phyllis.
We'll go and fetch it now.
He closed the door gently. The children flew back to Guy in the tree.
Oh, Guy, we got to take this tree inside the house. He's got a little girl, at least. He says so. Come on quick, we better carry it. The barrel's so heavy and it does interfere so.
They carried the pot between them. It was very heavy, and they had to put it down and rest several times. But at last they dumped it down in the dark on the front doorstep of the castle and breathed deep breaths of fatigue, relief, and excitement. The door opened, and opened wide, and this time light streamed from within.
Welcome,
said Sir Christopher.
Come in. Let me help to lift it. What a beautiful tree.
It is rather decent, isn't it?
said Guy, dispassionately. Sir Christopher raised the pot, carried it in, and the door was shut. The children found themselves in a small square hall. A winding staircase of iron corkscrewed upwards in one corner. The hall was lighted only by 2 candles. The old gentleman led the way through a door on the right into a round room with white walls.
We're inside the tower now,
said Guy.
Yes,
said their host.
This is part of the tower.
He hastily lighted a big lamp, and then a deep
"Oh!"
broke from the children, for the walls were not white. They were all of mother of pearl, and here and there all over the walls round pearl shone with a starry, milky radiance.
"How ravishing!"
said Mabel in a whisper.
"I always said he wasn't a miser. He's a magician."
What a lovely, lovely room,
sighed Phyllis.
What's it made of?
asked Guy downrightly.
Oyster shells.
said Sir Christopher.
And pearl beads.
And it was.
"Oh!"
said Mabel gaily.
"Then that's what you go prowling about in dirty gutters for?"
Don't be rude, Mab, dear,
whispered Phyllis, But the old gentleman did not seem to mind. He just said,
Yes, that's it.
in an absent sort of way. He seemed to be thinking about something else. Then he said,
The Christmas tree.
The children had forgotten all about the Christmas tree when its 72 candles were lighted in the pearly room and shone and glimmered like a fairy palace in a dream.
It's many a year since my girl had such a Christmas tree.
He said,
I don't know how to thank you.
Seeing your pearly halls is worth all the time and money,
said Mabel heartily, and Phyllis added in polite haste,
And you being pleased?
Would you like to see the Black Marble Hall?
asked Sir Christopher. And, of course, they said,
Yes, awfully.
So he led them into the room on the other side of the hall and lighted a lamp. And the room was like a room of black marble carved into little round knobs.
How lovely,
said Phyllis.
It's not lovely like the other,
said Mabel.
But it's more serious, like when the organ plays in church.
Why?
Said Guy suddenly.
It's winkle shells.
And it was. Hundreds and thousands of winkle shells sorted into sizes and stuck on the walls in patterns, and then it seemed polished or varnished.
Come,
said Sir Christopher.
I'll show you the Red Room.
As they turned to go, a tall, white figure by the door seemed to come suddenly into the lamplight. It was covered with a sheet.
Oh!
said all three, starting back.
What's that?
That's my little girl.
He said.
Is she trying to frighten us? Is she playing ghosts?
asked Guy.
No,
He said.
she never plays at ghosts. It isn't her, really. That's only my fun. It's a statue, really.
Aren't statues very dear?
asked Guy.
Very,
said Sir Christopher.
very, very dear.
He led the way up the winding iron stair and showed them the Red Room. Its walls were covered with bits of red lobster shells, overlapping like a fish's scales or plates of armor.
How resplendid!
said Mabel.
I believe you're a mighty magician.
No.
He said.
At least, no, not exactly. There's only one more room.
The other room was a bedroom, quite dull and plain, with whitewashed walls and painted deal furniture.
I like the pearly halls best,
said Mabel.
They're more eloquent.
And they all went down to the room where the 72 candles of the Christmas tree were burning steadily and brightly, though there was no one to see them.
Won't you call your little girl?
said Phyllis.
The candles won't last so very long. They're the cheap kind.
Sir Christopher twisted his fingers together.
It's no use calling her.
He said.
Would you mind... do you mind leaving the tree for tonight? You could fetch it tomorrow. And you won't tell anyone about the inside of my house, will you? They'd only laugh at it.
I don't see how they could,
said Mabel indignantly.
It's the beautifulest, gorgeousest house that ever was.
But we won't tell anyone,
said Guy.
And we'll come again tomorrow, about the same time,
Sir Christopher said.
Yes, please.
And they all shook hands with him and came away, leaving the Christmas tree with all its 72 candles, still making the pearly room a dream of fairy beauty. They ran all the way home because it was rather late, and they did not want the servants to fetch them from the parish schoolroom, where they had not spent the evening. It would have been very difficult to explain exactly where and how they had spent it, and the fact that they had promised not to say anything about it would have added considerably to the difficulty. When they had been let in, and taken off their hats and jackets and got their breath, they looked at each other.
Well?
said Phyllis.
Yes,
said Mabel.
What an inciting adventure! What a dear he is! I do hope we shall see his little girl tomorrow,
Yes,
said Guy slowly.
but I don't think we shall.
Why ever not?
Because I don't believe he's got any little girl. We went into all the rooms and the hall and landing. There wasn't any other room for the little girl to be in.
Perhaps it was really her under the sheet trying to be ghosts,
said Phyllis.
It was too high up,
said Mabel.
She might have been standing on a stool,
said Phyllis.
Well,
said Guy with a satisfied look.
It's a very thrilling mystery.
It was, and it gave them something to think of for the next few days. For that evening, when they went to fetch the Christmas tree, they found the door of Sir Christopher's castle tight shut, and their Christmas tree standing alone on the doorstep in the dark. After vainly knocking several times, they put the tree into the wheelbarrow and got it home, only upsetting it 3 times by the way. When they got into the light of their schoolroom, they saw that there was a piece of paper on it, a note.
My dears,
it said,
here is your beautiful tree. Thank you very much. If you knew how much pleasure it had given me, you would be glad. Why not give the tree to some poor child? Goodbye. God bless you.
There were some letters tangled together at the bottom of the page.
His initials, I suppose,
said Guy, but nobody could read them.
Anyway, it means he doesn't want to see us anymore,
said Phyllis.
Oh, I wish we knew something more about him.
But they took his advice, and the tree went to the gardener's little boy who was ill. It made him almost forget his illness for days and days. When Father came home, they asked him who lived in the grotto. He told them.
He has lived there for years,
he said.
I have heard that when he came into his property, he found that his property was almost all debts. So he sold the tea gardens for building on, and has lived there in the grotto on next to nothing, and all these years he's been paying off his father's creditors. I should think they're about paid off by now.
Has he a little girl?
asked Phyllis.
Yes, I believe so,
said Father absently.
It's very odd,
Mabel was beginning, but the others silenced her. After this, the children were more interested than ever in Sir Christopher. They used to paint illuminated text and make picture frames of paper rosettes and buy toys and leave them on his doorstep in the dark.
For the little girl.
And, as the spring came on, bunches of flowers. It was one evening when Phyllis came to the castle with a big bunch of plumy purple lilac. She was earlier than usual, and it was not quite dark, and, wonder of wonders, the door of the castle was open. Still more wonderful, Sir Christopher stood on the doorstep.
I was watching for you,
he said.
I had a sort of feeling you'd come tonight. Will you come in?
He led her into the black marble room and stood looking wistfully at her.
Would you like to see my little girl?
He said suddenly.
Yes,
said Phyllis.
I didn't think you'd understand,
he said,
when you came at Christmas. But you've been so kind and faithful all these months, I think you will understand. Look.
He pulled the sheet from the statue, and Phyllis looked on the white likeness of a little girl her own age, dressed in a long gown and like a nightgown.
It's very beautiful,
she said.
Yes,
he said.
Have you ever heard any tales about me?
He asked.
Yes,
said Phyllis, and told him.
It's not true,
he said.
My father had no debts, but I married someone he didn't like, and then I got ill and couldn't work. My father was very hard. He wouldn't help us. My wife died, and then my father died, and all his great wealth came to me. Too late. Too late. The letter that told me I was rich came to me when I was sitting beside my dead child. The money came then. The money that would have saved her. First money I spent out of it all was spent on that statue. It was done as she lay dead.
Phyllis looked at the statue and felt, she didn't know why, very frightened. Then she looked at him, and she was not frightened any more. She ran to him and put her arms around him.
Oh, poor dear Sir Christopher,"
she said.
That's how she looked when she was dead.
He said,
Would you like to see my ladybird as she was when she was alive and well, and I was a strong man able to work for her?
"Yes, oh, yes,"
said Phyllis. He led the way into the pearly room and drew back a green curtain that hung there. Phyllis caught her breath sharply, and tears pricked her eyes. Not because the picture was a sad one. Ah, no, not that. As the curtain was withdrawn, the figure of a happy child seemed to spring towards them from the canvas. A happy, laughing child, her arms full of roses, her face full of health and beauty and the joy of life. A child whose glad, unclouded eyes met Phyllis's in a free, joyous look.
"Oh, no!"
cried Phyllis.
"She can't be dead! She can't!"
The old man took her in his arms, for she was crying bitterly.
Thank you. Thank you, dear,
he said, soothing her.
Now I know that you are the right person to help me.
"I help you?"
Phyllis's tears began to dry at the beautiful thought, but she still sobbed.
Don't cry,
he said, and gently drew the green curtain over the lovely laughing face.
Don't cry. I want to tell you of many things. When that money came, I've told you when, as soon as I could see or think again, I saw what I ought to do. Ever since, I've not spent a penny of that money on myself, on anything but the plainest food, the plainest clothes. If I've made the house beautiful for her picture to live in, it's been with my own work. All the rest of the money has gone to help little girls whose fathers can't work for them. Little girls that can be saved, as my little girl could have been saved. That's the work I want you to carry on for me when you grow up. Will you promise?
"Yes,"
said Phyllis.
"Only I'm very stupid."
I will have you taught. You shall learn how to do my work. Ask your father to come and see me. And now, goodbye. Perhaps I shan't see you again. Will you always remember that your Christmas tree came to me like a light in the dark night to show me that there was someone who still cared to be kind? Goodbye.
Father, when he heard the story, almost thought Phyllis was dreaming, but when he went to the grotto, and when he came back, his face was very sad.
"It is a very great honor for you, Phyllis,"
he said gravely.
"Are you sure that you understand how much hard work it will mean?"
"I don't mind hard work,"
said Phyllis.
"If only I can do what he wants."
So Phyllis is learning many things and preparing for the great work that has so wonderfully come to her. I think she will do it well, because she is not at all stupid really, and she has the gift of being sorry for sad people and happy with happy ones. I think Sir Christopher chose well. Some distant relations of Sir Christopher have tried to make out that he was mad, and so he couldn't do what he liked with his money. But when they took the matter to the judges to decide, hundreds and hundreds of people he had been good to and helped broke the promise of secrecy that he had always asked of them, and all England rang with the tale of his goodness, and of that kind and clever things he had done for poor children all those long years, for the sake of his own little child. And the judges decided he was quite right to use his money in that way, and not mad at all. So the tiresome relations got nothing but lawyers' bills for their pains. Phyllis only saw Sir Christopher once again. He sent for her when he was dying. They had moved to his bed in the pearly room, and he lay facing the green curtain.
If it seems too hard when the time comes,
he said,
you need not do the work. Your father knows how to arrange that.
"You needn't be afraid,"
said Phyllis.
"It's the most splendid chance anyone ever had."
Kiss me, dear,
he said,
and then draw back the curtain.
But before Phyllis's hand had touched the green curtain, he sat up in bed and held out his arms toward the picture.
Why, Ladybird,
he cried, his face all alight with love and joy.
Why, my little girl.
End of Sir Christopher Cockleshell by E. Nesbit.
Story 9 in Dramatic Reading Scene and Story Collection, Volume 6. The Queen's Croquet-Ground, from Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, by Lewis Carroll. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cast of Characters. Narrated by Scarlett Kavanaugh.
2. Read by Leroy Justice.
5. Read by Alexandre Adair.
7. Read by Winifred Assman.
Alice, read by Awen Bree.
Queen, read by Shrimpfish.
King, read by Greg Giordano.
Soldiers, read by Marissa
and John Schumacher.
White Rabbit, read by Patty Harden.
The Cheshire Cat, read by Lynette Calkins.
The Queen's Croquet-Ground. A large rose tree stood near the entrance of the garden. The roses growing on it were white, but there were 3 gardeners at it, busily painting them red. Alice thought this a very curious thing, and she went nearer to watch them. And just as she came up to them, she heard one of them say,
Look out now, 5. Don't go splashing paint over me like that.
I couldn't help it,
said 5, in a sulky tone.
7 jogged my elbow.
On which 7 looked up and said,
That's right, 5. Always lay the blame on others.
You'd better not talk,
said 5.
I heard the Queen say only yesterday you deserve to be beheaded.
What for?
Said the one who had spoken first.
That's none of your business, 2,
said 7.
Yes, it is his business,
said 5.
And I'll tell him. It was for bringing the cooked tulip roots instead of onions.
7 flung down his brush and had just begun,
Well, of all the unjust things,
when his eye chanced to fall upon Alice, as she stood, watching them, and he checked himself suddenly. The others looked round also, and all of them bowed low.
Would you tell me,
said Alice, a little timidly,
why you are painting those roses?
5 and 7 said nothing, but looked at 2. 2 began in a low voice.
Why, the fact is, you see, miss, this here ought to have been a red rose tree, and we put a white one in by mistake. And if the Queen was to find out, we should all have our heads cut off, you know. So you see, miss, we're doing our best afore she comes to.
At this moment 5, who had been anxiously looking across the garden, called out,
The Queen! The Queen!
And the 3 gardeners instantly threw themselves flat upon their faces. There was a sound of many footsteps, and Alice looked round, eager to see the Queen. First came 10 soldiers, carrying clubs. These were all shaped like the 3 gardeners, oblong and flat, with their hands and feet at the corners. Next, the 10 courtiers. These were ornamented all over with diamonds, and walked 2 and 2, as the soldiers did. After these came the royal children. There were 10 of them, and the little dears came jumping merrily along hand in hand, in couples. They were all ornamented with hearts. Next came the guests, mostly kings and queens, and among them Alice recognized the White Rabbit. It was talking in a hurried, nervous manner, smiling at everything that was said, and went by without noticing her. Then followed the Knave of Hearts, carrying the king's crown on a crimson velvet cushion, and, last of all this grand procession, came the King and Queen of Hearts. Alice was rather doubtful whether she ought not to lie down on her face like the 3 gardeners, but she could not remember ever having heard of such a rule at processions.
And besides, what would be the use of a procession?
Thought she.
If people had all to lie down upon their faces so that they couldn't see it.
So she stood still where she was, and waited. When the procession came opposite to Alice, they all stopped and looked at her, and the Queen said severely,
Who is this?
She said it to the Knave of Hearts, who only bowed and smiled in reply.
Idiot,
said the Queen, tossing her head impatiently, and, turning to Alice, she went on.
What's your name, child?
My name is Alice, so please your majesty,
said Alice very politely, But she added to herself,
Why, they're only a pack of cards after all. I needn't be afraid of them.
And who are these?
said the Queen, pointing to the 3 gardeners who were lying round the rose tree. For, you see, as they were lying on their faces and the pattern on their backs was the same as the rest of the pack, she could not tell whether they were gardeners, or soldiers, or courtiers, or 3 of her own children.
How should I know?
said Alice, surprised at her own courage.
It's no business of mine.
The Queen turned crimson with fury, and, after glaring at her for a moment like a wild beast, screamed.
Off with her head! Off!
Nonsense!
said Alice, very loudly and decidedly, and the Queen was silent. The King laid his hand upon her arm and timidly said,
Consider, my dear, she is only a child.
The Queen turned angrily away from him and said to the knave,
Turn them over!
The knave did so, very carefully, with one foot.
Get up!
said the Queen, in a shrill, loud voice, and the 3 gardeners instantly jumped up and began bowing to the King, the Queen, the royal children, and everybody else.
Leave off that!
screamed the Queen.
You make me giddy.
And then, turning to the rose tree, she went on.
What have you been doing here?
May it please your Majesty,
said Two, in a very humble tone, going down on one knee as he spoke.
We were trying...
I see,
said the Queen, who had meanwhile been examining the roses.
Off with their heads!
And the procession moved on, 3 of the soldiers remaining behind to execute the unfortunate gardeners, who ran to Alice for protection.
You shan't be beheaded,
said Alice, and she put them into a large flower pot that stood near. The 3 soldiers wandered about for a minute or 2, looking for them, and then quietly marched off after the others.
Are their heads off?
shouted the Queen.
Their heads are gone, if it please your Majesty,
the soldiers shouted in reply.
That's right,
shouted the Queen.
Can you play croquet?
The soldiers were silent and looked at Alice, as the question was evidently meant for her.
Yes,
shouted Alice.
Come on, then,
roared the Queen, and Alice joined the procession, wondering very much what would happen next.
It's a very fine day,
said a timid voice at her side. She was walking by the white rabbit, who was peeping anxiously into her face.
Very,
said Alice.
Where's the Duchess?
Hush, hush,
said the rabbit in a low, hurried tone. He looked anxiously over his shoulder as he spoke, and then raised himself upon tiptoe, put his mouth close to her ear, and whispered,
She's under sentence of execution.
What for?
said Alice.
Did you say, what a pity?
The rabbit asked.
No, I didn't,
said Alice.
I don't think it's at all a pity. I said, what for?
She boxed the Queen's ears.
The rabbit began. Alice gave a little scream of laughter.
Oh, hush!
The rabbit whispered in a frightened tone.
The Queen will hear you. You see, she came rather late, and the Queen said,
Get to your places!
shouted the Queen in a voice of thunder, and people began running about in all directions, tumbling up against each other. However, they got settled down in a minute or 2, and the game began. Alice thought she had never seen such a curious croquet-ground in her life. It was all ridges and furrows. The balls were live hedgehogs, the mallets live flamingos, and the soldiers had to double themselves up and to stand on their hands and feet to make the arches. The chief difficulty Alice found at first was in managing her flamingo. She succeeded in getting its body tucked away, comfortably enough, under her arm, with its legs hanging down. But generally, just as she had got its neck nicely straightened out, and was going to give the hedgehog a blow with its head, it would twist itself round and look up in her face, with such a puzzled expression that she could not help bursting out laughing. And when she had got its head down, and was going to begin again, it was very provoking to find that the hedgehog had unrolled itself, and was in the act of crawling away. Besides all this, there was generally a ridge or furrow in the way wherever she wanted to send the hedgehog to, and, as the doubled-up soldiers were always getting up and walking off to other parts of the ground, Alice soon came to the conclusion that it was a very difficult game indeed. The players all played at once, without waiting for turns, quarrelling all the while, and fighting for the hedgehogs, and in a very short time the queen was in a furious passion, and went stamping about and shouting,
"Off with his head!"
or
"Off with her head!"
about once in a minute. Alice began to feel very uneasy. To be sure, she had not as yet had any dispute with the queen, but she knew that it might happen any minute.
And then,
thought she,
what will become of me? They're dreadfully fond of beheading people here. The great wonder is that there's anyone left alive.
She was looking about for some way of escape, and wondering whether she could get away without being seen, when she noticed a curious appearance in the air. It puzzled her very much at first, but after watching it a minute or two, she made it out to be a grin, and she said to herself,
It's the Cheshire Cat. Now I shall have somebody to talk to.
How are you getting on?
said the cat, as soon as there was mouth enough for it to speak with. Alice waited till the eyes appeared, and then nodded.
It's no use speaking to it,
she thought,
till its ears have come, or at least one of them.
In another minute the whole head appeared, and then Alice put down her flamingo, and began an account of the game, feeling very glad she had someone to listen to her. The cat seemed to think that there was enough of it now in sight, and no more of it appeared.
I don't think they play at all fairly,
Alice began, in rather a complaining tone.
And they all quarrel so dreadfully, one can't hear oneself speak. And they don't seem to have any rules in particular. At least, if there are, nobody attends to them. And you've no idea how confusing it is, all the things being alive. For instance, there's the arch I've got to go through next, walking about the other end of the ground, and I should have croqueted the queen's hedgehog just now, only it ran away when it saw mine coming.
How do you like the queen?
said the cat, in a low voice.
Not at all,
said Alice.
She's so extremely...
Just then she noticed that the queen was close behind her, listening, so she went on,
likely to win, that it's hardly worthwhile finishing the game.
The queen smiled and passed on.
Who are you talking to?
said the king, going up to Alice and looking at the cat's head with great curiosity.
It's a friend of mine, a Cheshire Cat,
said Alice.
Allow me to introduce it.
I don't like the look of it at all,
said the king.
However, it may kiss my hand if it likes.
I'd rather not,
the cat remarked.
Don't be impertinent,
said the king.
And don't look at me like that.
He got behind Alice as he spoke.
A cat may look at a king,
said Alice.
I've read that in some book, but I don't remember where.
Well, it must be removed,
said the king very decidedly, and he called the queen, who was passing at the moment.
My dear, I wish you would have this cat removed.
The queen had only one way of settling all difficulties, great or small.
Off with his head,
she said, without even looking round.
I'll fetch the executioner myself,
said the king eagerly, and he hurried off. Alice thought she might as well go back and see how the game was going on, as she heard the queen's voice in the distance, screaming with passion. She had already heard her sentence 3 of the players to be executed for having missed their turns, and she did not like the look of things at all, as the game was in such confusion that she never knew whether it was her turn or not. So she went in search of her hedgehog. The hedgehog was engaged in a fight with another hedgehog, which seemed to Alice an excellent opportunity for croqueting one of them with the other. The only difficulty was that her flamingo was gone across to the other side of the garden, where Alice could see it, trying in a helpless sort of way to fly up into a tree. By the time she had caught the flamingo and brought it back, the fight was over, and both the hedgehogs were out of sight.
But it doesn't matter much,
thought Alice,
as all the arches are gone from this side of the ground.
So she tucked it away under her arm, that it might not escape again, and went back for a little more conversation with her friend. When she got back to the Cheshire Cat, she was surprised to find quite a large crowd collected round it. There was a dispute going on between the executioner, the king, and the queen, who were all talking at once, while all the rest were quite silent, and looked very uncomfortable. The moment Alice appeared, she was appealed to by all three to settle the question, and they repeated their arguments to her, though, as they all spoke at once, she found it very hard indeed to make out exactly what they said. The executioner's argument was that you couldn't cut off a head unless there was a body to cut it off from, that he had never had to do such a thing before, and he wasn't going to begin at his time of life. The king's argument was that anything that had a head could be beheaded, and that you weren't to talk nonsense. The queen's argument was that if something wasn't done about it in less than no time, she'd have everybody executed, all round. It was this last remark that had made the whole party look so grave and anxious. Alice could think of nothing else to say but,
"It belongs to the Duchess. You'd better ask her about it."
"She's in prison,"
the queen said to the executioner.
"Fetch her here."
And the executioner went off like an arrow. The cat's head began fading away the moment he was gone, and, by the time he had come back with the Duchess, it had entirely disappeared. So the king and the executioner ran wildly up and down, looking for it, while the rest of the party went back to the game. End of The Queen's Croquet-Ground from Alice's Adventures in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll.
Part 1 of Story 10 in Dramatic Reading, Scene and Story Collection, Volume 6. The Cat Who Went to Heaven by Elizabeth Coatsworth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cast of Characters.
Poor Young Artist, read by Greg Giordano.
Housekeeper, read by Cindy Morton.
Good Fortune, the Cat, and
Priest 1,
read by Lynette Calkins.
Soldier and Head Priest, read by Alexandre.
Elephant, read by Stacy M.
Warhorse and Priest Number 2, read by Scott Calkins.
Siddhartha, read by Brian Fullen.
Buffalo, read by Evan Hedrick.
Buffalo's Master, read by Alexandre Adair.
King, read by Draco Dune.
Banyan Deer, read by Jenn Broda.
Second Deer, read by Cheryl Hedrick.
Man, read by Bardolph. Narrated by James Hedrick. The Cat Who Went to Heaven by Elizabeth Coatsworth. Once upon a time, far away in Japan, a poor young artist sat alone in his little house waiting for his dinner. His housekeeper had gone to market, and he sat sighing to think of all the things he wished she would bring home. He expected her to hurry in at any minute, bowing and opening her little basket to show him how wisely she had spent their few pennies. He heard her step and jumped up. He was very hungry. But the housekeeper lingered by the door, and the basket stayed shut.
"Come,"
he cried.
"What is in that basket?"
The housekeeper trembled and held the basket tight in two hands.
"It has seemed to me, sir,"
she said,
"that we were very lonely here."
Her wrinkled face looked humble and obstinate.
"Lonely?"
said the artist.
"I should think so. How can we have guests when we have nothing to offer them? It is so long since I have tasted rice cakes. that I forget what they taste like.
And he sighed again, for he loved rice cakes and dumplings and little cakes filled with sweet bean jelly. He loved tea served in fine china cups, in company with some friend, seated on flat cushions, talking perhaps about a spray of peach blossoms standing like a little princess in an alcove. But weeks and weeks had gone by since anyone had bought even the smallest picture. The poor artist was glad enough to have rice and a coarse fish now and then. If he did not sell another picture soon, he would not have even that. His eyes went back to the basket. Perhaps the old woman had managed to pick up a turnip or two, or even a peach, too ripe to haggle long over.
Sir,
said the housekeeper, seeing the direction of his look.
It has often seemed to me that I was kept awake by rats.
At that, the artist laughed out loud.
Rats?
He repeated.
Rats, my dear old woman? No rats come to such a poor house as this, where not the smallest crumb falls to the mats.
Then he looked at the housekeeper, and a dreadful suspicion filled his mind.
You have brought us home nothing to eat,
he said.
True, master,
said the old woman sorrowfully.
You have brought us home a cat,
said the artist.
My master knows everything,
answered the housekeeper, bowing low. Then the artist jumped to his feet and strode up and down the room and pulled his hair, and it seemed to him that he would die of hunger and anger.
A cat? A cat?
He cried.
Have you gone mad? Here we are starving, and you must bring home a goblin to share the little we have, and perhaps to suck our blood at night. Yes, it will be fine to wake up in the dark and feel teeth in our throats and look into eyes as big as lanterns. But perhaps you are right. Perhaps we are so miserable it would be a good thing to have us die at once and be carried over the ridgepoles in the jaws of a devil.
But, master, there are many good cats, too,
cried the poor old woman.
Have you forgotten the little boy who drew all the pictures of cats on the screens of the deserted temple and then went to sleep in a closet and heard such a racket in the middle of the night? And in the morning, when he woke again, he found the giant rat lying dead, master. The rat who had come to kill him. Who destroyed the rat, sir? Tell me that. It was his own cats. There they sat on the screens as he had drawn them, but there was blood on their claws. And he became a great artist like yourself. Surely there are many good cats, master.
Then the old woman began to cry. The artist stopped and looked at her as the tears fell from her bright black eyes and ran down the wrinkles in her cheeks. Why should he be angry? He had gone hungry before.
Well,
he said,
sometimes it is good fortune to have even a devil in the household. It keeps other devils away. Now I suppose this cat of yours will wish to eat. Perhaps it may arrange for us to have some food in the house. Who knows? We can't be worse off than we are.
The housekeeper bowed very low in gratitude.
There is not a kinder heart in the whole town than my master's,
she said, and prepared to carry the covered basket into the kitchen. But the artist stopped her. Like all artists, he was curious.
Let us see the creature,
he said, pretending he scarcely cared whether he saw it or not. So the old woman put down the basket and opened the lid. Nothing happened for a moment. Then a round, pretty white head came slowly above the bamboo, and two big yellow eyes looked about the room, and a little white paw appeared on the rim. Suddenly, without moving the basket at all, a little white cat jumped out on the mats and stood there as a person might who scarcely knew if she were welcome. Now that the cat was out of the basket, the artist saw that she had yellow and black spots on her sides, a little tail like a rabbit's, and that she did everything daintily.
"Oh, a three-colored cat,"
said the artist.
"Why didn't you say so from the beginning? They are very lucky, I understand."
As soon as the little cat heard him speak so kindly, she walked over to him and bowed down her head as though she were saluting him, while the old woman clapped her hands for joy. The artist forgot that he was hungry. He had seen nothing so lovely as their cat for a long time.
"She will have to have a name,"
he declared, sitting down again on the old matting while the cat stood sedately before him.
"Let me see. She is like new snow dotted with gold pieces and lacquer. She is like a white flower on which butterflies of two kinds have alighted. She is like—"
But here he stopped, for a sound like a tea kettle crooning on the fire was filling his little room.
"How contented,"
sighed the artist.
"This is better than rice."
Then he said to the housekeeper,
"We have been lonely, I see now."
"May I humbly suggest,"
said the housekeeper,
"that we call this cat Good Fortune?"
Somehow the name reminded the artist of all his troubles.
"Anything will do,"
he said, getting up and tightening his belt over his empty stomach.
"But take her to the kitchen now, out of the way."
No sooner were the words out of his mouth than the little cat rose and walked away, softly and meekly. The first song of the housekeeper.
I am poor and I'm old. My hair has gone gray. My robe is all patches. My sash is not gay. The fat god of luck never enters our door, and no visitors come to drink tea anymore. Yet I hold my head high as I walk through the town, while I serve such a master. My heart's not bowed down.
The next morning, the artist found the cat curled up in a ball on his cushion.
"Ah, the softest place, I see,"
said he. Good Fortune immediately rose and, moving away, began to wash herself with the greatest thoroughness and dexterity. When the housekeeper came back from market and cooked the small meal, Good Fortune did not go near the stove, though her eyes wandered toward it now and then, and her thistledown whiskers quivered slightly with hunger. She happened to be present when the old woman brought in a low table and set it before her master. Next came a bowl of fish soup. Goodness knows how the housekeeper must have wheedled to get that fish, but Good Fortune made a point of keeping her eyes in the other direction.
"One would say,"
said the artist, pleased by her behavior,
"that she understood it is not polite to stare at people while they eat. She has been very properly brought up. From whom did you buy her?"
I bought her from a fisherman in the market,
said the old woman.
She is the eldest daughter of his chief cat. You know a junk never puts out to sea without a cat to frighten away the water devils.
"Pooh,"
said the artist.
"A cat doesn't frighten devils. They are kin. The sea demons spare a ship out of courtesy to the cat, not from fear of her."
The old woman did not contradict. She knew her place better than that. Good Fortune continued to sit with her face to the wall. The artist took another sip or two of soup. Then he said to the housekeeper,
"Please be kind enough to bring a bowl for Good Fortune when you bring my rice. She must be hungry."
When the bowl came, he called her politely. Having been properly invited, Good Fortune stopped looking at the other side of the room and came to sit beside her master. She took care not to eat hurriedly and soil her white round chin. Although she must have been very hungry, she would eat only half her rice. It was as though she kept the rest for the next day, wishing to be no more of a burden than she could help. So the days went. Each morning the artist knelt quietly on a mat and painted beautiful little pictures that no one bought. Some of warriors with 2 swords, some of lovely ladies doing up their long curtains of hair, some of the demons of the wind blowing out their cheeks, and some little laughable ones of rabbits running in the moonlight, or fat badgers beating on their stomachs like drums. While he worked, the old woman went to market with a few of their remaining pennies. She spent the rest of her time in cooking, washing, scrubbing, and darning to keep their threadbare house and their threadbare clothes together. Good Fortune, having found that she was unable to help either of them, sat quietly in the sun, ate as little as she could, and often spent hours with lowered head before the image of Buddha on its low shelf.
"She is praying to the Enlightened One,"
said the housekeeper in admiration.
"She is catching flies,"
said the artist.
"You would believe anything wonderful of your spotted cat."
Perhaps he was a little ashamed to remember how seldom he prayed now when his heart felt so heavy. But one day he was forced to admit that Good Fortune was not like other cats. He was sitting in his especial room watching sparrows fly in and out of the hydrangea bushes outside, when he saw Good Fortune leap from a shadow and catch a bird. In a second, the brown wings, the black-capped head, the legs like briars, the frightened eyes were between her paws. The artist would have clapped his hands and tried to scare her away, but before he had time to make the least move, he saw Good Fortune hesitate, and then slowly lift first one white paw and then another from the sparrow. Unhurt, in a loud whir of wings, the bird flew away.
"What mercy!"
cried the artist, and the tears came into his eyes. Well he knew his cat must be hungry, and well he knew what hunger felt like.
"I am ashamed when I think that I called such a cat a goblin,"
he thought.
"Why, she's more virtuous than a priest."
It was just then, at that very moment, that the old housekeeper appeared, trying hard to hide her excitement.
"Master!"
she said as soon as she could find words.
"Master, the head priest from the temple himself is here in the next room and wishes to see you. What do you think his honor has come here for?"
"The priest from the temple wishes to see me?"
repeated the artist, scarcely able to believe his ears, for the priest was a very important person, not one likely to spend his time in visiting poor artists whom nobody thought much of. When the housekeeper had nodded her head until it nearly fell off, the artist felt as excited as she did, but he forced himself to be calm.
"Run, run!"
he exclaimed.
"Buy tea and cakes."
And he pressed into the old woman's hands the last thing of value he owned, the vase which stood in the alcove of his room and always held a branch or spray of flowers. But even if his room must be bare after this, the artist did not hesitate. No guest could be turned away without proper entertainment. He was ashamed to think that he had kept the priest waiting for even a minute and had not seen him coming and welcomed him at the door. He scarcely felt Good Fortune rub encouragingly against his ankles as he hurried off. In the next room, the priest sat, lost in meditation. The artist bowed low before him, drawing in his breath politely, and then waited to be noticed. It seemed to him a century before the priest lifted his head and the far-off look went out of his eyes. Then the artist bowed again and said that his house was honored forever by so holy a presence. The priest wasted no time in coming to the point.
"We desire,"
said he,
"a painting of the death of our Lord Buddha for the temple. There was some discussion as to the artist, so we put slips of paper, each marked with a name, before the central image in the great hall, and in the morning all the sleeps had blown away but yours. So we knew Buddha's will in the matter. Hearing something of your circumstances, I have brought a first payment with me so that you may relieve your mind of worry while at your work. Only a clear pool has beautiful reflections. If the work is successful, as we hope, your fortune is made, for what the temple approves becomes the fashion in the town.
With that, the priest drew a heavy purse from his belt. The artist never remembered how he thanked the priest, or served him the ceremonial tea, or bowed him to his narrow gate. Here at last was a chance for fame and fortune. He felt that this might be all a dream. Why had the Buddha chosen him? He had been too sad to pray often, and the housekeeper too busy. Could it be that Buddha would listen to the prayers of a little spotted cat? He was afraid that he would wake up and find that the whole thing was an apparition and that the purse was filled with withered leaves. Perhaps he never would have come to himself if he had not been roused by a very curious noise. It was a double kind of noise. It was not exactly like any noise that the artist had ever heard. The artist, who was always curious, went into the kitchen to see what could be making the sound. And there, sure enough, were the housekeeper and good fortune, and one was crying for joy, and one was purring for joy, and it would have been hard to have said which was making more noise. At that, the artist had to laugh out loud, but it was not his old sad sort of laugh. This was like a boy's, and he took them both into his arms. Then there were 3 sounds of joy in the poor old kitchen. The second song of the housekeeper.
Now let me laugh and let me cry, with happiness to know at last I'll see him famous ere I die, with all his poverty in the past. I'll see the sand of the garden walk marked with the footprints of the great, and noblemen shall stand and talk at ease about my master's gate.
Early the next morning, before the sun was up, the housekeeper rose and cleaned the house. She swept and scrubbed until the mats looked like worn silver and the wood shone like pale gold. Then she hurried to market and purchased a spray of flowers to put in the vase, which she had, of course, bought back the night before with the first money from the priest's purse. In the meantime, the artist dressed himself carefully in his holiday clothes, combed his hair until it shone like lacquer, and then went to pray before the shelf of the Buddha. There sat Good Fortune already, looking very earnest, but she moved over the moment she saw her master. Together they sat before the image, the artist raising his hands and striking them softly from time to time to call attention to his prayers. Then, with a final low bow, he went into the next room and sat formally on his mat. He had never felt more excited and happy in his life. Today he was to begin his painting of the death of Buddha, to be hung in the village temple and seen perhaps by the children of his children's children. The honor of it almost overcame him, but he sat upright and expressionless, looking before him like a samurai knight receiving the instructions of his master. There were no rolls of silk near him, no cakes of ink with raised patterns of flowers on their tops, no beautiful brushes, nor jar of fresh spring water. He must strive to understand the Buddha before he could paint him. First, he thought of the Buddha as Siddhartha, the young Indian prince, and the artist imagined that his poor small room was a great chamber and that there were columns of gilded wood holding up a high ceiling above him. He imagined that he heard water falling from perfumed fountains nearby. He imagined that young warriors stood grouped about him, gay and witty boys listening with him to a girl playing on a long instrument shaped like a peacock with a tail of peacock feathers. He imagined that his poor hydrangeas were a forest of fruit trees and palms leading down to pools filled with pink and white lotuses, and that the sparrows he knew so well were white swans flying across the sky. When the horse of a passing farmer whinnied, he thought he heard war horses neighing in their stables and the trumpeting of an elephant, and that soon he would go out to compete with the other princes for the hand of his bride, drawing the bow no other man could draw, riding the horses no other man could ride, hewing down with his sword 2 trees where the others hewed down but one, and so winning his princess Yashothra amid the applause of all the world. Even in that moment of triumph, the artist knew that Siddhartha felt no shadow of ill will toward his rivals. He was all fire and gentleness. A smile curved his lip. He held his head high like a stag walking in a dewy meadow. The artist looked about among his imaginary companions. All were young. All were beautiful. They had but to ask a boon, and Siddhartha's heart was reaching out to grant it before the words could be spoken. The swans flew over his gardens and feared no arrow. The deer stared unafraid from thickets of flowers. The artist sat in his poor, worn clothes on his thin cushion and felt silks against his skin. Heavy earrings weighed down his ears. A rope of pearls and emeralds swung at his throat. When his old housekeeper brought in his simple midday meal, he imagined that a train of servants had entered, carrying golden dishes heaped with the rarest food. When good fortune came in, cautiously putting one paw before the other, he imagined that a dancing girl had come to entertain him, walking in golden sandals.
"Welcome, thrice welcome,"
he cried to her, but apparently good fortune had thought the room was empty, for she nearly jumped out of her skin when she heard him speak and ran away with her white button of a tail in the air.
"How wrong of you to disturb the master!"
scolded the housekeeper, but the artist was not disturbed. He was still Prince Siddhartha, and he was still wondering if all the world could be as happy as those who lived within the vine-covered walls of the palace which the king his father had given him. The second day began like the first. The housekeeper rose before dawn, and although there was not a smudge of dirt or a speck of dust anywhere in the house, she washed and swept and rubbed and polished as before. Then she hurried to the market early to buy a new spray of flowers. The artist got up early too, and made himself as worthy as possible of reflecting upon the Buddha. And once more, when he went to pray, there was good fortune, shining like a narcissus, and gold as a narcissus's heart, and black as a beetle on a narcissus petal, sitting quietly before the shelf where sat the household image of Buddha. No sooner did she see the artist than she jumped to her feet, lowered her head as though she were bowing, and moved over to make room for him. They meditated as before, the artist occasionally striking his hand softly, and the cat sitting very still and proper with her paws side by side. Then the artist went into his room beside the hydrangeas. Today he reflected upon the renunciation of Siddhartha. Again he was the prince, but now he ordered his chariot and for the first time drove unannounced through the city. He saw an old man, and a man sick with fever, and a dead man. He looked at his bracelets, but gold could do no good to help such as these. He, the prince of the land, was at last helpless to help. The head of the artist hung heavy on his breast. He thought he smelled a garland of flowers, but the sweetness sickened him. They brought word that a son had been born to him, but he only thought how sad life would be for the child. When the housekeeper came with rice, he sent her away without tasting it, and when good fortune wandered in with big watchful eyes, he told her that he was in no mood for entertainment. Evening drew closer, but still the artist did not stir. The housekeeper looked in, but went away again. Good Fortune mewed anxiously, but the artist did not hear her. For now the artist imagined that Prince Siddhartha had secretly sent for his chariot driver and Kanthaka, his white horse. He had gazed long at his sleeping wife and the little baby she held in her arms. Now he was in the darkness of his garden. Now he rode quietly through the sleeping city. Now he was galloping down the long roads that shone pale and light in the darkness. And now he was in the forest and had come to the end of his father's kingdom. Siddhartha has cut off his long hair. He has taken off his princely garments. He has hung his sword to white Kanthaka's saddle. Let Channa take them back to the palace. It is not with them that he can save the world from its suffering. So intensely had the artist lived through the pain of the prince in his hour of giving up all the beautiful world of his youth, that the next morning he was very, very tired. But when he heard the housekeeper polishing and rubbing and sweeping and scrubbing again, he too rose and dressed in his poor best and sat beside Good Fortune, praying before the image of the Buddha. Then he went to the room that overlooked the hydrangea bushes and sparrows, and again he sat on his mat. Again he imagined that he was Siddhartha, but now he imagined that for years he had wandered on foot, begging for his food and seeking wisdom. At last he sat in a forest, under a Bodhi tree, and the devils came and tempted him with sights terrible and sights beautiful. Just before dawn, it seemed to him that a great wisdom came to him, and he understood why people suffer, and also how they can in other lives escape their sufferings. With this knowledge, he became the enlightened one, the Buddha. Now the artist felt a great peace come over him, and a love for all the world that flowed out even to the smallest grains of sand on the furthest beaches. As he had felt for his wife and little son, he now felt for everything that lived and moved, and even for the trees and mosses, the rocks and stones and the waves, which some day he believed would in their turn be men and suffer and be happy as men are. When the housekeeper and Good Fortune came with his food, he thought his first disciples had come to him, and he taught them the way they should follow. He felt himself growing old in teaching and carrying happiness through the land. When he was 80, he knew he was near death, and he saw the skies open, and all the Hindu gods of the heavens, and of the trees, and of the mountains, with his disciples, and the animals of the earth came to bid him farewell.
But where is the cat?
Thought the artist to himself, for even in his vision he remembered that in none of the paintings he had ever seen of the death of Buddha was a cat represented among the other animals.
Ah, the cat refused homage to Buddha,
he remembered.
And so by her own independent act, only the cat has the doors of paradise closed in her face.
Thinking of little Good Fortune, the artist felt a sense of sadness before he submerged himself again into the great pool of the peace of Buddha. But, poor man, he was tired to death. In 3 days he had tried to live a whole marvelous life in his mind. Yet now at least he understood that the Buddha he painted must have the look of one who has been thoroughly brought up and unquestioningly obeyed. That he learned from the first day. And he must have the look of one who has suffered greatly and sacrificed himself. That he learned from the second day. And he must have the look of one who has found peace and given it to others. That he learned on the last day. So, knowing at last how the Buddha must look, the artist fell asleep and slept for 24 hours as though he were dead, while the housekeeper held her breath and the little cat walked on the tips of her white paws. At the end of 24 hours, the artist awoke, and calling hastily for brushes, ink, spring water, and a great roll of silk, he drew at one end the figure of the great Buddha reclining upon a couch, his face filled with peace. The artist worked as though he saw the whole scene before his eyes. It had taken him 3 days to know how the Buddha should look, but it took him less than 3 hours to paint him to the last fold of his garments, while the housekeeper and Good Fortune looked on with the greatest respect and admiration. The third song of the housekeeper.
Hush, broom, pray be silent as a spider at your tasks. Pot boil softly. That is all a poor old woman asks. Birds, sing softly. Winds, go slowly. Noises of the street, halt in awe and be ashamed to near my master's feet. Holy thoughts are in his mind, heavenly desire, while I boil his chestnuts here on my little fire.
In the following days, the artist painted the various gods of the earth and sky and the disciples who came to say farewell to the Buddha. Sometimes the painting came easy. Sometimes it came hard. Sometimes the artist was pleased with what he had done. Sometimes he was disgusted. He would have grown very thin if the old woman hadn't coaxed him early and late, now with a little bowl of soup, now with a hot dumpling. Good Fortune went softly about the house, quivering with excitement. She, too, had plenty to eat these days. Her coat shone like silk. Her little whiskers glistened. Whenever the housekeeper's back was turned, she darted in to watch the artist and his mysterious paints and brushes.
It worries me, sir,
said the old housekeeper when she found the cat tucked behind the artist's sleeve for the 20th time that day.
She doesn't seem like a cat. She doesn't try to play with the brushes that I could understand. At night, all the things come back to me that you said when I brought her home in the bamboo basket. If she should turn out to be bad and hurt your picture, I should not wish to live.
The artist shook his head. A new idea had come to him, and he was too busy to talk.
Good Fortune will do no harm,
he murmured before he forgot about them all, the old woman, the little cat, and even his own hand that held the brushes.
I hope so indeed,
said the housekeeper anxiously. She picked up Good Fortune, who now wore about her neck a flowered bib on scarlet silk cord and looked like a cat of importance. It was at least half an hour before Good Fortune was able to get out of the kitchen. She found her master still lost in contemplation and sat behind him like a light spot in his shadow. The artist, having finished gods and men, was about to draw the animals who had come to bid farewell to the Buddha before he died. He was considering which animal ought to come first. Perhaps the great white elephant, which is the largest of beasts and a symbol of the Buddha. Perhaps the horse that served him, or the lion, since his followers sometimes called him the lion of his race. Then the artist thought of how the Buddha loved humble things, and he remembered a story. Once the Buddha was sitting in contemplation under a tree, screened by its leaves from the fierce sunshine. As he sat, hour after hour, the shadow of the tree moved gradually from him and left him with the sunlight like fire beating down on his shaved head. The Buddha, who was considering great matters, never noticed, but the snails saw and were anxious lest harm should come to the master. They crawled from their cool shadows and assembled in a damp crown upon his head, guarding him with their own bodies until the sun sank and withdrew its rays. The artist thought,
The snail was the first creature to sacrifice himself for the Buddha. It is fitting he should be shown first in the painting.
So, after thinking about the snails he had seen on walks, their round shell houses, and their little horns, their bodies like some pale-colored wet leaf, and their shy, well-meaning lives, he dipped a brush in spring water, touched it with ink, and drew a snail. Good Fortune came out of the artist's shadow to look at it. Her whiskers bristled, and she put up one paw as though to pat it, and then looked at the artist.
I am only playing, master,
she seemed to say.
But that is a very snail-like snail.
Next, the artist sat on his mat and considered the elephant. He thought of his great size and strength and of his wisdom. He himself had never seen an elephant, but he had seen pictures of them painted long ago by Chinese artists, and now he thought of a large white animal, very majestic, with small, kind eyes and long ears lined with pink. He remembered that the elephant was very sacred, having been a symbol of royalty in India. He thought of how Buddha's mother had dreamed of an elephant before her baby was born. Then he thought of stranger things. For before Buddha came to earth as Prince Siddhartha, he came, his followers believe, in all sorts of forms, always practicing mercy and teaching those around him. The artist remembered one tale of how the Buddha had been born as a great elephant, living on a range of mountains overlooking a desert. A lake starred with lotuses furnished his drink, and trees bent over him with their branches heavy with fruit. But one day, from his high meadows, he saw in the desert a large group of men. They moved slowly. Often one fell, and the others stopped to lift him up once more to his feet. A faint sound of wailing and despair reached his ears. The great elephant was filled with pity. He went out into the burning sands of the desert to meet them. To the travelers, he must have seemed one more terrible apparition, but he spoke to them kindly in a human voice. They told him they were fugitives driven out by a king to die in the wilderness. Already many had fallen who would not rise again. The elephant looked at them. They were weak. Without food and water, they could never cross the mountains to the fertile, safe lands that lay beyond. He could direct them to his lake, but they were not strong enough to gather fruit in quantities. They must have sustaining food immediately.
Have courage,
he said to them.
In that direction you will find a lake of the clearest water.
Alas, his own dear, drowsy lake.
And a little beyond there is a cliff at the foot of which you will find the body of an elephant who has recently fallen. Eat his flesh, and you will have strength to reach the land beyond the mountains.
Then he saluted them and returned across the burning sands. Long before their feeble march had brought them to the lake and the cliff, he had thrown himself into the abyss and had fallen shining like a great moon sinking among the clouds. And the spirits of the trees had thrown their flowers upon his body. So the artist thought for a long time about the elephant's sagacity and dignity and kindness. Then he dipped a brush into spring water, touched it with ink, and drew an elephant. No sooner was the elephant drawn than good fortune came out of the artist's shadow and gazed round-eyed at the great creature standing upon the white silk. Then she looked at the artist.
I do not know what this being may be, master,
she seemed to say.
But surely I am filled with awe from my whiskers to my tail.
Then again the artist sat on his mat and thought. This time he thought about horses. Although he had never ridden, he had often watched horses and admired their noble bearing, their shining eyes and curved necks. He liked the way they carried their tails like banners, and even in battle stepped carefully so as not to injure anyone who had fallen. He thought of Siddhartha's own horse, Kanthaka, white as snow, with a harness studded with jewels. He thought of how gentle and wild he was, how he had raced the horses of the other princes and beaten them, when the prince had won the princess Yashothra. Then he imagined Kanthaka returning without his master to the palace, his beautiful head hanging low, and Siddhartha's apparel bound to his saddle. Next, the artist remembered the story of how once the spirit of Buddha himself had been born in the form of a horse, small, but of such fiery spirit that he became the war steed of the king of Benares. 7 kings came to conquer his master and camped about his city. Then the chief knight of the besieged army was given the king's warhorse to ride and, attacking each camp suddenly, managed to bring back as prisoners, one by one, 6 kings. In capturing the 6th king, the horse was badly wounded, so the knight unloosened its mail to arm another horse for the 7th and last battle. But the warhorse found a voice.
"Our work will be undone,"
he cried.
"Another horse cannot surprise the camp. Set me, sir, upon my feet. Arm me once more. I will finish what I have begun."
Weak with loss of blood, he charged the 7th camp like a falcon striking down its prey, and the 7th king was captured. The king of Benares came, rejoicing, to meet them at the royal gate.
"Great king,"
said the warhorse,
"pardon your prisoners."
And then, before the servants could take off his armor, he fell dead in the moment of victory at his master's feet. So, after long considering the courage and nobility of horses, the artist dipped a brush in spring water, touched it with ink, and drew a horse. No sooner was the horse drawn than good fortune came out of the artist's shadow and regarded the picture for a long time. She looked at the artist with admiration.
"If a fly should light upon your horse, master,"
she seemed to say,
"surely it would stamp and toss its head."
The 4th song of the housekeeper.
My master sits, all day he thinks, he scarcely sees the tea he drinks. He does not know that I am I. He does not see our cat pass by. And yet our love has its share too in all the things his 2 hands do. The food I cook in humbleness helps him a little toward success.
End of part 1. Part 2 of Story 10 in Dramatic Reading, Scene and Story Collection, Volume 6. The Cat Who Went to Heaven by Elizabeth Coatsworth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The next day, the artist again closed himself alone in the room overlooking the hydrangea bushes. Sitting on his mat, he decided that above the white horse's head a swan should be flying. He thought of the beauty of swans and the great beating of their wings, and of how they follow their kings on mighty flights along the roads of the air. He thought of how lightly they float in water, like white lotuses. Then he remembered a story from the boyhood of Prince Siddhartha, who was one day to become the Buddha. He was walking in the pleasure garden which his father had given him, watching swans fly over his head toward the Himalayas. Suddenly, he heard the hiss of an arrow, and something swifter and more cruel than any bird drove past him through the air, and brought a wounded swan down at his feet. The young prince ran to the great bird and drew out the arrow. He tried the point against his own arm to find what this pain was like which the bird had suffered. Then, as he was binding up the wound, attendants came to claim the swan as the spoil of the prince who was his cousin. Siddhartha answered quietly,
"My cousin attempted only to destroy the swan. I claim it, since I have attempted to save it. Let the counselors of the king decide between us."
Then the quarrel of the princes was brought before the royal council, and the swan was given to the boy who was to be the Buddha. So, having reflected upon the dreamlike beauty of swans, the artist dipped his brush in spring water, touched it with ink, and drew a swan. No sooner was the swan drawn than good fortune came out of the artist's shadow and looked at it well and long. Then she turned politely to the artist.
There is wind under those wings, sir,
she seemed to say. But there was just a hint in her manner to suggest that she thought his time might be better employed than in drawing birds. The artist took food and wandered for a few minutes in his little garden to refresh himself with the touch of sun and the sound of the wind. He returned to his study by the hydrangeas and was about to think once more when the housekeeper appeared at the door and bowed deeply.
My master will weary himself into a fever,
she said, politely but obstinately.
You have been Buddha and gods and horses and that elephant curiosity and snails and swans and goodness knows what else, all in a few days. It is more than flesh can bear. Your honored forehead looks like a scrubbing board, and your eyes like candles. Now our neighbor has just sent his servant to invite you to take tea with him, and I have said that you would be there directly.
Having spoken so firmly, she stood leaning forward with her hands on her knees, the picture of meekness.
You may argue with a stone Jizo by the roadside, but you waste your breath if you argue with a woman,
cried the artist. He took a silver piece out of the priest's purse and gave it to her.
Go, buy yourself some fine new material for a dress,
he said.
It is a long time since you had anything pretty.
1,000 thanks to your honor,
cried the housekeeper, much pleased.
And I will shut up Good Fortune in the bamboo basket while we were out of the house. You would think the picture was sugar painted on cream to watch her. I'm afraid to leave her alone with it.
So it was not until the next morning that the artist was allowed to meditate in peace on the future of buffalo. He thought how ugly they are, and how their horns curve like heavy moons on their foreheads. He thought how strong they are, and yet how willing to labor all day for their masters. He thought how fierce they are when attacked even by tigers. Yet the village children ride on their backs as safe as birds on a twig. The spirit of Buddha himself had not been too proud to be born in the body of a buffalo. There were many stories of those days, but the one that the artist remembered best told of how the holy buffalo had belonged to a poor man. One day he spoke to his master in a human voice and said,
Lo, master, you are poor. I would willingly do something to help you. Go to the villagers and tell them you have an animal here who can pull 100 carts loaded with stones. They will bet this is impossible, and you will win a fortune.
But when the villagers had fastened the carts together and loaded them with heavy stones, and the great beast was harnessed to the first cart, the owner behaved after the manner of common drivers, brandishing his goad and cursing his animal to show off before the others. The buffalo would not move so much as an inch. His owner, who had been poor before, was a great deal poorer after that. But one evening the buffalo said to him again,
Why did you threaten me? Why did you curse me? Go to the villagers and bet again, twice as much this time, but treat me well.
Again the heavy carts were yoked together. Again the villagers gathered, snickering behind their hands. But this time the poor man bathed his buffalo and fed it sweet grain and put a garland of flowers about its neck. When the creature was fastened to the first of the 100 carts, his master stroked him and cried,
Forward, my beauty! On, my treasure!
And the buffalo strained forward and pulled and stretched his muscles until they nearly cracked, and slowly, surely, the 100 carts moved forward. Now, when the artist had considered the honesty and self-respect of the buffalo, he dipped a brush in spring water, touched it with ink, and drew a buffalo. No sooner was the buffalo drawn than Good Fortune came out of the artist's shadow and regarded it with the air of one who is trying to hide a certain dissatisfaction. Then she looked at the artist.
Truly a buffalo,
she seemed to say, but something about the creature, Perhaps its few hairs must have tickled her sense of humor, for all at once she giggled. Quickly, she lifted one little white paw and broke into a series of polite sneezes. It may be that the artist was a little annoyed with Good Fortune, for, hardly knowing it himself, he had come to count on her praise. Yet it may have been pure chance which made him reflect next on dogs. He thought of them as puppies, balls of down playing in the snow, with round black eyes and moist black muzzles. He thought of them as grown up, following their masters with lean strides or guarding lonely farms. He almost felt their warm tongues licking his hand, or saw them prance and roll to catch his eye.
How faithful,
he thought, and tried to remember some tale of the spirit of Buddha in the form of a dog. But either he had forgotten it, or there was no such story. So he called to the housekeeper. The old woman came in and bowed deeply to her master.
"Do sit down,"
said the artist,
"and tell me any story about dogs that may happen to come into your head."
The old woman brought out a handkerchief and wiped her forehead. Then she sat down and bowed.
"In my village, sir,"
she began,
"people say there once stood a ruined temple. After the priests left it, goblins and demons lived there. Every year they demanded the sacrifice of a maiden from the town, or they swore they would destroy everyone. So on a certain day each year, a girl was put into a basket and taken into the enclosure of the temple. She was never seen again. But at last the lot fell to a little girl who owned a dog named Shipataro. All the village put on white for mourning. All day the sound of weeping was heard in the street. But before evening a stranger came into the town. He was a wandering soldier. The night before he had slept in a ruined temple."
"The temple of the goblins?"
asked the artist.
"Yes, master,"
said the old woman.
"It was the same temple. The soldier had been wakened in the night by a great racket. A voice over his head was saying,
'But never let Shipataro know. Shipataro would ruin everything.'"
When the soldier told his story, Shipataro became greatly excited. He ran to the basket, wagging his tail, and clawed at its side.
"Let him be taken to the temple in place of his mistress,"
said the soldier, and Shipataro leapt, of his own free will, into the basket and was carried through the gathering darkness to the temple courtyard. Then the bearers hurried away, but the soldier hid himself and waited. At midnight, he heard the most terrible yowlings approaching. They were enough to freeze the blood cold in one's veins. He peered out and saw a troop of goblins prying off the lid of the basket, but instead of a frightened girl, out jumped Shipataro and sprang at the leader's throat. The other goblins fled, and they have never been seen or heard of since. So the good dog Shipataro saved not only his mistress, but all of the village."
The artist thanked the old woman for her story. Good Fortune, who had found a mat to sit on, had been listening to the story as attentively as her master.
"What form had these goblins?"
asked the artist.
"Cats,"
answered the housekeeper, almost in a whisper, hoping that Good Fortune would not hear. But Good Fortune did hear. With a sad look at the old woman, she rose and walked out of the room. The artist, after reflecting upon the fidelity of dogs, dipped a brush in spring water, touched it with ink, and drew a dog. Good Fortune did not come back all day to look at it. The fifth song of the housekeeper.
"Dear pussy, you are white as milk. Your mouth's a blossom, your coat's silk. What most distinguished family tree produced so great a rarity? Dear pussy, You are soft and sweet. You are too holy to touch meat. What most distinguished family tree produced so great a rarity? Dear pussy, you must never think I thought you kin to cats like ink, for goblin beasts could never be produced by such a family tree, by such a lovely family tree.
The next day, when the artist seated himself upon his mat, there was no Good Fortune sitting nearby, but discreetly out of the way. For a few minutes he could not help thinking of his little three-colored cat, but soon he was able to turn his mind to deer. He must paint the animals who came to bid farewell to the Buddha, and he knew the cat was not among them. At first his thought was sad, but little by little he imagined a forest about him, dappled with light and shade, and he himself as a deer, setting small hooves like ebony among the leaves, making no sound, listening with head raised high under its fairy branching of horns. A herd of deer followed him, the young males and the does and the fawns. He led them to secret pastures. At each water-hole his wide nostrils scented the wind for danger before the others came to drink. If an enemy appeared, he guarded the flight of the herd. His sides were set with spots like jewels. His horns were more beautiful than temple candlesticks. His eyes were shy and wild. Slowly, while the artist wandered through imaginary forests as a deer, he felt growing within him the spirit of the Buddha, and he knew that he was the banyan deer. Then it seemed to him that he and his herd had been driven into a great enclosure with another herd of deer, whose leader was almost as beautiful as he. His heart beat like thunder between his ribs, and a darkness came before his eyes, but his fear was for the sake of his herd. Then there came a king into the enclosure to look at the deer.
"The leaders are too beautiful to die,"
he said to his huntsman.
"I grant them their lives, but of the others, see that you bring one each day to the palace for my banquets."
Then the banyan deer, who was filled with the spirit of Buddha, said to all the deer,
"If we are hunted, many deer will be hurt each day. Let us meet this with fortitude, and let a lot be drawn. Let the deer to whom it falls die voluntarily for the good of the herd."
Now one day the lot fell to a doe whose fawn had not yet been born. It happened that she belonged to the other herd. She went to the leader and begged that she might live until the fawn was born.
"We can make no exceptions,"
he said sadly. But when in despair she went to the banyan deer, he sent her back comforted.
"I will take your place,"
he said. The artist, who in his mind was living the life of the deer, felt how his tenderness for the doe and the unborn fawn overcame his terror and led him gladly to the huntsman. But when the man saw that it was the great leader of the deer himself who had come, he sent for the king.
"Did I not grant you your life?"
asked the king, surprised. Then the banyan deer found a human voice to answer.
"O king,"
he said,
"the lot had fallen upon a doe with an unborn fawn. I could not ask another to take her place."
Then the king, pleased by the deer's generosity, granted their lives both to him and to the doe. Still, the banyan deer was not satisfied, but pled for his people.
"But the others, O king?"
he asked.
"They too shall live,"
said the king.
"There are the deer outside the palings,"
went on the banyan deer.
"They shall not be troubled,"
replied the king.
"O king,"
continued the deer, who, having always lived in danger, pitied all creatures in the same case.
"what shall other four-footed creatures do?"
and the king was so moved by the deer's intended sacrifice that he too felt tenderly toward the world.
"They shall have no reason for fear,"
he answered. Then the deer interceded for the birds and even for the fish, and when their safety was promised, he blessed the king with a great blessing. The artist, whose heart had seemed torn with timidity and gentle courage, while he imagined himself the banyan deer, quickly caught up a brush, dipped it in spring water, touched it with ink, and drew a deer. No sooner was the deer drawn than good fortune came out unexpectedly from the artist's shadow. She had entered so quietly he had never noticed, and looked long at the picture.
Meow,
she said sadly, turning to the artist.
"Is there no room for me among the other animals, master?"
she seemed to ask. After that, the artist drew many creatures. In each of them the spirit of the Buddha had at one time lived, or it had rendered service to him when he was a prince on earth. They were the woodpecker, and the hare who jumped into the frying pan of the beggar, and the lion who saved the young hawks, and the goose who gave his golden feathers to the old woman, and the wise little goat who outwitted the wolves, and many others. He drew a monkey, too, remembering how, when the spirit of Buddha lived in an ape, a man, wandering in the jungle, had fallen into a deep pit. Then the great ape, having heard his groans, found a voice to reassure him. He climbed down into the pit, and fastening a stone to his back, tested his strength to make sure that he could climb out once more, carrying the man. At last, having succeeded, the ape was so exhausted that he knew he must sleep or he would die. So he begged the man to watch by him while he slept. But as the man watched, evil thoughts came into his mind. "If I only had meat to eat, I should easily be strong enough to find my way home," he thought. Forgetting gratitude, he picked up a large stone and struck the monkey on the head. But the blow of his weak arm had little strength. The ape started up and saw that it was the man whom he had saved who had tried to kill him. Surprise and sorrow filled him at such ingratitude. Nevertheless, he led the man out of the forest to the edge of the fields and bade him farewell, showing compassion even to his betrayer. The artist remembered also how the monkeys had brought fruit to the Buddha when he sat in meditation in the forest, and coaxed him to eat with their droll ways. So, having meditated upon the monkey, the artist dipped a brush in spring water, touched it with ink, and drew a monkey. And as the painting of each animal was finished, good fortune came to look at it, and with each new drawing she seemed sadder, and pulled with her little white paw at the sleeve of her master, looking up all the time into his face. The sixth song of the housekeeper.
"She's sure to starve. She won't grow fat. No dinner tempts our little cat. All day I follow, all day I cry, 'Come, pussy, come, pussy,' as she goes by. But she will starve, she won't grow fat. It's always that painting she's looking at. All day I grieve to hear her cry, 'Meow, meow,' as I go by."
One day the artist sat on his mat, and his mind wrestled with a more difficult problem than any that had come up before. The gentleness of the snail, the noble strength and wisdom of the elephant, the courage of the horse, the beauty of the wild swan, the willing endurance of the buffalo, the serviceableness of the dog, and the generosity of the deer, all made it easy to see how they might have served the Buddha, or even have been used by his spirit as temporary dwelling places. So, also, with the woodpecker, the hare, the goose, the little goat, and the ape. All were harmless creatures, and even the lion killed only to appease his hunger, and took no joy in the killing. But the artist knew that the tiger, too, had come to bid farewell to the Buddha, and he, too, had received the master's blessing. How could that be? He thought of the fierceness and cruelty of tigers. He imagined them lying in the striped shadows of the jungle with their eyes of fire. They were the danger by the waterhole, the killers among the reeds. Now and then one came to the villages and carried away some woman on her way to the well. Or again, one killed a man at work in a field, or carried away a child playing in the dust outside of his own house. What was there in such a creature that the Buddha could bless? Long and long the artist pondered, sitting in silence, and at last he remembered how devoted a tiger was to his own mate and cubs, and how he would face any odds if these were in danger. He thought,
"It may be that this is the narrow pathway by which the tiger reaches to the Buddha. It may be that there is a fierceness in love, and love in fierceness."
So, having opened his mind to the thought of love, even in a tiger, the artist remembered something that he had forgotten until then. Before his mind came a vision of how Siddhartha had won his bride. In open contest with the other princes, he who was to be the Buddha had drawn the bow no other hand could draw, had ridden the horse no other man could ride, and had shown a skill and strength as a swordsman that none of the others could equal. Watching from her golden palanquin sat the princess Yashothra, her face hidden behind a veil of striped black and gold. Now at last came the victor's reward. Yasodhara's father led Siddhartha to his daughter's side, and it was then he whispered,
"By your veil, I know that you remember how once, in another life, you were a tigress, and I was the tiger who won you in open combat against all the others."
So, among many forms, the Buddha had deigned to take the form of a tiger, as if to prove that even in such a savage life there may be something of greatness. And having once more meditated, and now willingly, upon this beautiful creature, sinister but capable of any burning sacrifice, the artist dipped his brush in spring water, touched it with ink, and drew a tiger. Good fortune came out of his shadow. When she saw the tiger, she trembled all over, from her thistledown whiskers to her little tail, and looked at the artist.
"If the tiger can come to bid farewell to Buddha,"
she seemed to say,
"surely the cat, who is little and often so gentle, may come, O master. Surely, surely you will next paint the cat among the animals who were blessed by the Holy One as he died?"
The artist was much distressed.
"Good fortune,"
he said, gently taking her into his arms.
"I would gladly paint the cat if I could, but all people know that cats, though lovely, are usually proud and self-satisfied. Alone among the animals, the cat refused to accept the teachings of Buddha. She alone of all creatures was not blessed by him. It is perhaps in grief that she too often consorts with goblins."
Then Good Fortune laid her little round head against his breast and mewed like a crying child. He comforted her as well as he could and called for the housekeeper.
"Buy her a fine fish, all for herself,"
he said to the old woman,
"and do not let her come here again until the picture is gone. She will break both our hearts."
"Ah, I was afraid she meant to do the painting a harm,"
said the old woman anxiously, for she felt very responsible for having brought the cat home against her master's will, now that their fortunes hung on this painting for the temple.
"It is not that,"
said the artist, and he returned to his thoughts. How tired, how worn he looked, and yet how beautiful. His picture was almost finished. He had imagined every life. There lay the great figure of the dying Buddha, royal, weary, and compassionate. There assembled gods and men, and there were the animals. The scroll of silk seemed scarcely large enough to hold all those varied lives, all that gathering of devotion about the welling up of love. But something was excluded. From the kitchen he heard a faint mewing, and the housekeeper's voice in vain urging Good Fortune to eat. The artist imagined how his little cat felt, so gentle, so sweet, but cursed forever. All the other animals might receive the Buddha's blessing and go to heaven, but the little cat heard the doors of nirvana close before her. Tears came to his eyes.
I cannot be so hard-hearted,
he said.
If the priests wish to refuse the picture as inaccurate, let them do so. I can starve.
He took up his best brush, dipped it in spring water, touched it with ink, and last of all the animals, drew a cat. Then he called the housekeeper.
Let Good Fortune come in,
he said.
Perhaps I have ruined us, but I can at least make her happy.
In came Good Fortune the moment that the door was slid open. She ran to the picture and looked as though she could never look enough. Then she gazed at the artist with all her gratitude in her eyes, and then Good Fortune fell dead, too happy to live another minute. The 7th song of the housekeeper.
I can't believe it, and how I've cried, but out of pure joy Good Fortune died. At the foot of her grave lie a flower and a shell. In the peach tree nearby hangs a little bell. A little old bell with a sweet cracked voice. When a wind passes by, it sings, Rejoice, rejoice, it sings through the garden side, for out of pure joy Good Fortune died.
The next morning, hearing that the picture was finished, the priest came to see it. After the first greetings, the artist led him in to look at the painting. The priest gazed long.
How it shines,
he said softly. Then his face hardened.
But what is that animal whom you have painted last of all?
He asked.
It is a cat,
said the painter, and his heart felt heavy with despair.
Do you not know,
asked the priest sternly,
that the cat rebelled against our Lord Buddha and did not receive his blessing and cannot enter heaven?
Yes, I knew,
said the artist.
Each person must suffer the consequences of his own acts,
said the priest.
The cat must suffer from her obstinacy, and you from yours. As one can never erase work once done, I will take the painting and tomorrow officially burn it. Some other artist's picture must hang in our temple.
All day the housekeeper wept in the kitchen, for in bringing the little cat home she had, after all, ruined her master. All day the artist sat in the room beside the hydrangeas and thought. His painting was gone, and with it that part of his life which he had put into it. Tomorrow the priests would harshly burn it in the courtyard of the temple. Less than ever would anyone come to him now. He was ruined and all his hopes gone, but he did not regret what he had done. For so many days had he lived in the thought of love and the examples of sacrifice that it did not seem too hard to suffer for Good Fortune's great moment of happiness. All night he sat in the darkness, open-eyed with his thoughts. The old woman dared not interrupt. He saw the pale light enter through the blinds and heard the dawn wind in the hydrangea bushes. An hour later he heard the noise of the people running toward his house. The priests of the temple surrounded him. The head priest pulled at his sleeve.
Come!
They kept crying.
Come, sir. It is a miracle. Oh, the compassion of Buddha. Oh, the mercy of the Holy One.
Dazed and breathless, the artist followed them, seeing nothing of the village or the road to the temple. He heard happy voices in his ears. He caught a glimpse of his old housekeeper with her sash askew and a crowd of open-mouthed neighbors. All together they poured into the temple. There hung his picture with incense and candles burning before it. It was as he had remembered it. But no! The artist sank down to his knees with a cry.
Oh, the compassionate one!
For where the last animal had stood was now only white silk that seemed never to have felt the touch of ink, and the great Buddha, the Buddha whom he had painted reclining with hands folded upon his breast, had stretched out an arm in blessing, and under the holy hand knelt the figure of a tiny cat with pretty white head bowed in happy adoration. The 8th song of the housekeeper.
This is too great a mystery for me to comprehend. The mercy of the Buddha has no end. This is too beautiful a thing to understand. His garments touch the furthest grain of sand.
End of The Cat Who Went to Heaven by Elizabeth Coatsworth. End of Dramatic Reading, Scene and Story Collection, Volume 6.